Welcome to our viewing audience today and to everyone here in the room. It is noon on Wednesday, January 11th, and you have tuned in to the regular meeting. I don't know, is it the first regular meeting of our board this year?
Yes.
Over 2012. So there we go. And we are now going to begin with asking our manager, are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
Yes, not a formal addition, but just a note, we will be adding the letter to the BLM regarding SG interests in the Thompson Divide into our open discussion for final approval and signature by the board.
Okay, thank you very much.
Other than that, there are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
Okay. We would then move to the public comment section of today's agenda. Are the members of the public here to comment on items that are not on today's agenda? Thank you. If you'd just like to please come forward, Dan, and then introduce yourself for the record and have at it. Kind of keep your comments to about 5-7 minutes at the most.
I'll try to do that. First off, I had a great day of skiing on Aspen
Okay, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Dan Kitchen on Aspen Mountain. Great day. The ski company, all the grooming personnel, snowmaking people, excellent job for the lack of snow they've had help with. The main reason I'm here is the lesser of the two evils. Okay, I'm going to show you 3 pictures and you can pass them around. And I'm just going to concentrate on the one regarding fireworks. Okay, today. Also, here's a report from the Aspen Fire Protection District fireworks display permit application.
We'll get this one.
Maybe you'll like spread them out and you can share them, right?
Okay.
One extra one. Keep going. Okay. And there's a front and back to this. As we know, on New Year's Eve, we had a great fireworks display on Aspen Mountain. Okay? I live on Riverside Drive, about half a mile east of City Market. An hour after our city display, the first go-around, up at Stillwater, there was a fireworks display. I'll call it a vanity display. And what's the purpose of it? Well, a mile away, they could come in to see our city display. I know regarding wildlife, cats, dogs, and a cat's hearing is greater than a dog's. Bobcats, greater than a coyote. And I know Stillwater is near the North Star Preserve, and plus there's national forest lands on both sides. I have a couple homes I do in North Star Preserve. And I know that sometimes a lot of people don't realize, unless you're an animal, how sensitive fireworks are, the shock wave. Not just the sound wave, the shock wave. I was lucky yesterday on the first gondola ride up. There's 2 physicists. They're smarter than chemists, and we have a symposium at our Aspen Institute. They're from Austria. And as we're going up, I asked them a question regarding fireworks. On Aspen Mountain and the ones up at Stillwater, which ones would have the most echo, ricocheting effect and shockwave effect? Both of them, that up there at Stillwater, the ripple effect, shockwaves. I asked them a few other questions. Are fireworks biodegradable? The chemicals, the dyes in the fireworks, are they safe to the environment? They go, if the truth was really out there, probably wouldn't have it. Now, we got physicists. You can ask, go to the Institute, ask them some of these questions like I asked them. So they got to see it from the gondola, and I showed where I lived. And how where I live, the single pane glass at Stillwater, the shock waves shake the glass worse than the shock waves from the city display. Now, if I was king or governor and had my way, I would ban all fireworks altogether for all the wildlife in the environment. Number 1. Well, if I can't stop all the fireworks, I believe as aggressive as the city council to ban the plastic bags, We should ban fireworks except limit them to a few choice locations. Well, Aspen Mountain's a good location because it gets disturbed 24/7 by the wildlife. Okay? But when we have these vanity fireworks for Hunter Thompson, his memorial, is it really needed? Because I know where that fireworks display, the fireworks, whether they're bears in their den in the wintertime, they went, some of them, in this neighborhood east of Aspen, late this year. How does it affect them? How many times they do the mother bear and the shockwaves, they lose their hearing? And then they only go on their smell. Now I know my cats. First one that goes off before the shockwave to my house, they're in the lowest spot. One of the physicists that lives close to a skier in Austria goes, my dogs, even when the avalanche bombs that the ski patrol set up, his dogs go running and hiding. And he goes, and those are minuscule compared to the industrial side fireworks that go bursting in there. I asked him, can anybody make a biodegradable, friendly to the environment, or is it a cost issue to keep doing it with gunpowder and all these toxic dyes? He goes, it's impossible. So, yes, some people are addicted to fireworks, like some people are to alcohol, candy, you name it, whatever. So I would like for this board to consider outlawing fireworks on private property in this county. No longer just having the handful of people, which, and I'm somewhat shocked, and I have questions. Why is it 4L5 signed it on 11/7/11? The applicant signs on 11/11/11, and Ed Van Walraven signed off 11/14/11. On this application, it says Breckenridge, Colorado. I had someone go online because I couldn't find a number for Pyrotechnics in Breckenridge, but she pulled up that Pyrotechnics Incorporated is in Florence, Missouri. So sometimes, if you don't ban them all together, except like if you can't have them in the summertime up here at the golf course, when you look on that picture where the smoke stream of the fireworks, if you look at the picture...
Dan, we're starting to run out of time for the public comment section.
Can I have those pictures back, please? So when we see the fallout, okay, the smoke, how the wind can blow it, it can leach into our waterways, and everything from, say, an earthworm that's being poisoned to the fish that eats the earthworm, the birds eat the earthworms, we have a problem. In BB, Arkansas, New Year's, hundreds of birds this year, into the thousands, died because of the shockwave. Over 5,000 last year in BB, Arkansas, died because of shockwave. So thank you for your time today. I would ask that maybe you put this on an agenda to get more public comment. Maybe also, instead of having these five, have the Forest Service biologist, someone from the Division of Wildlife. I know our county used to have a county biologist, Johnson Olowiski, that they are maybe more knowledgeable about the true impact of fireworks than just this handful of people.
Thank you, Dan. I appreciate you bringing that to our attention, and I think we could discuss that at the end of the meeting during open discussion to see if people want to have a further work session about fireworks policies in the county. So thank you. Appreciate your interest.
Thank you all.
Dan, could you submit that?
Do you have a copy for the...
Yeah, just go ahead and leave those with Lindy for the record.
Of this?
Yeah.
And the pics, maybe?
Yeah.
Anything you want to submit for the record.
Okay. Are there any other public comments in today's meeting? Okay. There being none, we'll move on to commissioner comments. Who would like to start? Jack hasn't started first one.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Is that
Everyone.
everyone? Okay, thank you for that. George, we'll just go down the line here.
There was a press release that we sent out yesterday regarding January is National Radon Action Month. And it's an opportunity that the City of Aspen and Pickens County is providing free radon kits for citizens to check the level of radon in their homes. Radon is actually the leading cause of cancer in non-smokers and the second leading cause of cancer to smokers. So it's a serious issue. And certainly here in Pickens County and within the city, with our soils and our type of rocks, we're a little more susceptible to radon than other parts of the country. And so I would encourage people to take advantage of getting a free radon sample kit. You can pick that up at City Hall. If you're a resident of the City of Aspen, you pick that up on the second floor of City Hall. If you're a Pickens County resident, you pick it up on the third floor of City Hall. And it's a very simple way to measure your radon. And once the results come in, City and County will be happy to go over those results with you. And if you need to have some mitigation done, they'll give you some ideas. So I would encourage everyone to take advantage of this opportunity. Normally these kits cost about $40, and we're able to provide them to the citizens for free. On another note, I want to thank Rachel for serving as chair this past year.
Year goes by pretty fast sometimes.
Amazing how fast it goes by. Probably not fast enough as a chair. You know, being a chair adds a little extra time to a normal work schedule as a commissioner, but it certainly adds a little more stress as well, trying to manage the rest of the board here in keeping the meetings run smoothly. So I thank you for your work. I think you did it very well. Great patience, great respect, and always trying to strive to build consensus for our decisions. So thank you for your service.
Thank you, George. I appreciate that very much. Michael, do you have?
Again, thank you for your service.
And Rob?
Yeah, I'll I think you did a fabulous job in communicating with everybody and getting consensus and letting everybody say their piece. And it's a very tough job that I'm almost shaking a little bit when I take over the position at some point. But very good job. Very well done.
Well, I'll just say thank you. It's always a great experience, and it's always a challenge. And I've had a great board to work with, and so I appreciate everyone's patience and indulgence and gentle corrections as required from time to time. And it's also been great to work with John Peacock as our new manager. We both had this kind of year together, and you know, it's been something that you know, again, you get the insights of what the tricky issues are. And so I appreciate, again, the feedback and the support and the patience of my board members. And, of course, our staff, Lindy and Jeanette, who help keep track on when we've not closed a meeting, not opened a meeting, or need to make another special motion of some sort, and keeping us really on track. So I appreciate that greatly. Did you have any other comments?
No other.
Okay, well, I will second Jack's comment about the new year. I think it's great. There seems to be, you know, hopefully some anticipation about the 2012. We may be seeing some of those green shoots in the economy. You know, we're all looking forward to better times ahead as a country. I did want to emphasize that the Bureau of Land Management Resource Management Plan comments are due from our citizens on January 17th. And the Aspen Times had a nice article about it today on the Wednesday the 11th paper, and at the very bottom they had the link to the website for making those comments and reviewing those plans. We as a board are naturally making formal comments, but the more unique comments, the more individual comments that the BLM receives, reinforcing some of our values, I think the stronger the statement is made. And our community development staff will be writing a free letter to the editor with additional, you know, how-to comment information. But we strongly encourage everyone to make their voices heard. This plan will oversee the potential of leasing or oil and gas, recreation, winter closures, habitat protection, things like that, for a significant number of parcels throughout Pickens County for the next 20-25 years. So it's a very important guiding document, and I would very much like to thank our staff with Community Development, Ellen Sassano, Cindy Hubin, and all the others who have assisted her, Carla with environmental health, and Dale Wilt, open space and trails, and JR with roads and bridges. I mean, this is something that impacts the county in practically every level. So please assist us and send your comments in as well. And then I guess the other comment I really would make is that going into 2012, we are seeing what we're calling the end of the war in Iraq. The formal movement of troops has left. I know there's still advisors and there's still other personnel there, but as someone who's been asking for that moment of silence since back on the city council days, and knowing that this has been one of the longest engagements, the most costly, both in terms of dollars, but even more importantly in terms of human life and the life of many, many civilians on both sides of this conflict, it's good to see that we may be moving in the right direction. And I would just request the board have a moment of silence in the audience for that prayer of peace, that this positive trend line continues for all involved in these conflicts, and that 2012 is one of those years we can really be thankful for. Okay, thank you very much. We will now move on to our consent actions. We have 3 items on this agenda, and I will mention for the public that this is the meeting traditionally when we do change the chair and we make our appointments to the various boards throughout the year. I'm sure if anyone looks through those appointments, they'll see the kind of additional work that commissioners do outside of this room, whether it's Michael serving on RAFTA and the Chamber of Commerce and the Rudai Water and Power Authority, Jack's continuing efforts with Colorado Counties, Inc. and the liaisons he's built in state lobbying issues on legislative items, Rob, who has stepped forward for us with the Northwest Council of Governments and is vice chair of their economic development program, and George, of course, with Nordic Council, RAFTA, and I'm sure a couple others that I'm not even mentioning. But we all try to attend constantly. George has been our BLM liaison for quite a while and put a lot of the pre-work into this comment period. So we greatly appreciate everyone's service, and this will be my last action as chair this year. So again, I would thank everyone for that. The first item on our consent agenda is the resolution appointing commissioner chair and vice chair representatives to the various boards, committees, and authorities. The second item is the minutes of work sessions December 6th, December 13th, December 20th, and the special meeting of December 13th, and the regular meeting of December 21st. And the third is an item, a resolution appointing Bobby Berkeley as joint alternate to the Housing Authority Citizen Board. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'd like to move that approval.
Okay, do we have a second? Are there any comments from board members? Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to just thank Bobby Berkeley for applying for this seat. She interviewed really well, and I believe she'll be a great addition, not only bringing intellect, but community experience and her professional background, meaning process and working with people and trying to build consensus, etc. So congratulations to Bobby if she gets appointed.
Thank you, Jack. I was hopeful you would say that. If not, I was going to. And to thank all of our citizen volunteers. It's the input and the collaboration of all of our citizens that really make a difference in sorting through and helping us find the best answers to the issues before us. Is there any further discussion? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. There you go. Can someone pass this down?
We've all been there.
Thank you.
So what do I do now? Well, actually, as my first official action as chair, I would like to present, and we all would like to present, staff and commissioners, this plaque to Rachel for her service.
Very nice. Thank you, everyone. I really appreciate it. As I say, it's a great learning experience and builds character. There we go. I'm just going to put it behind you.
It's very chippy, so be careful.
Okay. That's beautiful. Very beautiful. Thank you.
So we are now at consent actions, first reading set for public hearing on January 25th. We have an ordinance authorizing the trail license agreement with the Meadowood Metropolitan District. Barb Dotrishi is here, or is Gary here? Why don't you come forward, Gary?
Trying to hide.
Gary, could you tell the public what your name and serial number are?
Sure. Whatever else you want to know. I'm Gary Tenenbaum, the Trails and Stewardship Manager with Pickens County Open Space and Trails.
And could you, Gary, just for our benefit, go over the what this agreement is?
Sure. The trail license agreement is a long-standing relationship that we've had to provide Nordic skiing on the Meadowood property for the public. And it's a huge, huge thing, especially in a year like this, because basically what we've done this year is that's all the skiing that we've been able to have. So this license agreement is something that is important. And really, truly, with the Meadowood Homeowners Association, we've asked about, potentially getting a permanent easement. They are more comfortable with the license agreement. They're very comfortable with the 3-year period. As staff, yes, we would love to have a 25-year, 50-year agreement, but this has worked really well for well over almost, I think we've had this for about 20 years now, 15 years, and so it's worked really well. And we feel that it'll continue to work really well. And we had a really good meeting with them to get their approval of the license agreement. And so I think we're at a really good stage with Meadowood. And I think this agreement, if you guys agree, that we'll just keep the skiing on that property and really provides a great public benefit.
Any questions? Is there a motion?
I'll just make a comment.
Okay.
I just want to reiterate what Gary says. I really appreciate the Meadowood homeowners for continuing to support and allow Nordic skiing on that property. It is a great asset, not only for the citizens and guests, but the school kids get to use that throughout the wintertime as well. And as Gary said, it's actually very good skiing up there right now. It's probably about the best skiing in the valley. But so thank you very much for the Meadowood homeowners for your continued support.
Michael, I will make a
Yes.
really good comment. I was reading in the paper in the past week or so of Noah Hoffman, one of our young, well, not so young anymore, young adults, but he grew up with the cross-country facilities and training and programs that were here through the Aspen Valley Ski and Snowboard Club, as well as being able to take advantage of these. and he had, I think, notched his first place win in a major competition in the East Coast. And so, this does more than just create recreation for us. It's an opportunity to really enrich the lives of our young people. So thanks again to Meadowwood for that.
Is there a motion to?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the ordinance. Let me get the right language. Ordinance authorizing the trail license agreement with the Meadowwood Metro District.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Gary.
So we have consent public hearings, second reading, an ordinance prohibiting the consumption of alcohol on unlicensed public premises for the duration of the 2012 Winter X Games, an ordinance authorizing the board to enter into a lease agreement with the Bureau of Land Management for the Crown Mountain Communications Site, a resolution authorizing Pickens County to enter into an intergovernmental agreement with Eagle County for the 2011, it says here 2014, is that correct?
That is correct.
So it's a
The 3-year
multi-year season of snow removal in the Frying Pan Valley, and a resolution establishing the formula for distributing the municipal share of county sales tax revenue for the year 2012 as required by Resolution 78121. And we have a resolution providing supplemental appropriations to the 2011 budget, August through November. And I think that's it. Yeah, it is a public hearing. Are there members of the public who wish to comment on these ordinances? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Are there any commissioners who wish to pull any of these?
I would make a motion to approve the consent calendar, the resolutions number 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, as you've listed on second reading.
Second that motion.
Second. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. Wow.
Thanks to all our staff who presented those during the first readings.
Your speed has obviously exceeded expectations. I will make some phone calls.
So I think we'll take a short break until all the participants are here. We're going to next we're going to have the Barter Parcel Subdivision PUD and the Barter Parcel PUD rezoning hearing, but not everyone is here as necessary. So Grassroots will be back in a bit.
That is, I think, almost a record, too.
back. Rachel is going to be back.
Right here.
Yep. Suzanne, why don't you introduce this issue to us?
So this is a continued first reading of a rezoning, a PUD rezoning, and a continued hearing on a conceptual subdivision application, activity envelope, growth management exemptions, et cetera, for the BARDA parcel. I'll start, I guess, behind Rob's head there with our map. I think everyone's on the site visit. I think Rob was able to get out there on his own. But so just to reorient you, make sure I don't. Okay, so here's Highway 82 and the pedestrian bridge going over from the Rio Grande Trail here, cutting over towards the golf course. This is Hoagland Branch Road coming up. This little parcel right in here is county-owned, intended for a future trailhead parking area. And then we get into the Roaring Fork Meadows, which was previously called the Morrow-Wingo Junction Ranch subdivision, and it basically surrounds the BARDA parcel. So all of this is what we now call Roaring Fork Meadows. And then here's the BARDA parcel, basically in the middle. So here's Samuelson subdivision, the river cutting here down on the bottom. And over here you've got Hoagland Ranch and Holland Hills up above. This is in the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision. This is common parcel 1 right here, and I think you were all familiar with that from the discussion we had about relocating the employee housing unit. And again, on the site visit, we looked at that area, which is basically kind of in this triangular area up in here was the location for that proposed new unit. And then the other parcel we looked at, the other common parcel 2, down here by the river where we walked. You cross over here from the road coming through the subdivision, cross over the trail. As you remember, there was a little flat bench up above, and then we walked down and got down on the lower bench adjacent to the river. So I think that gets you oriented in terms of on the map there. So this was continued on October 26th to allow the applicant and staff to address some additional issues that have been raised. And I think I'll just walk through the memo with the additional information that's been provided. Under the existing conditions and background, there had been a request to kind of provide a timeline on the previous subdivision approvals for what was then the Morrow-Wingo Junction Ranch, and now the additional things that have occurred since then. So that's what's bulleted on page 2. I don't know if you want me to walk through any of that. I think that was really just intended to sort of clarify all of that background information, since there is quite a bit of it. So just to note that that is there. So then getting into the issues that have been raised, the first one is the issue of the lot area and area below the high water line in order to determine the allowable lot area. In this case, the applicant is proposing to subdivide the BARDA parcel into 2 lots, each of which would contain 5 acres. They would have a PUD overlay and be contained with the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision. They're zoned AR10, so you have to have 70 acres of lot area to accommodate 7 lots within the AR10 zone district. The way lot area is defined is we eliminate areas below the high water line of a river or creek or stream, and any areas within access easements. So what has been a dispute here is what is below the high water mark, and if enough is removed such that they would not be eligible, would not have 70 acres and be eligible for 7 lots, or if they meet the requirement and have 70 acres available. The code defines the high water mark as, in the case of a creek, stream, or river, the water line at the point of change from aquatic to terrestrial vegetation, or the high water line of a stream discharge with an average recurrence interval of 10 years. We've gotten information from neighbor Jennifer Long, who has questioned the applicant's methodology and provided her own analysis that was submitted to you at the previous meeting. We agree that there have been multiple calculations done of this, and surveyors, engineers, and ecologists have come up with different numbers on this, and that is clear from the record that we have had multiple different calculations. When we look at the definition, we feel that really the first phrase is what is applicable in this case, and that's the phrase "water line at the point of change from aquatic to terrestrial vegetation." And the second phrase really isn't applicable because it refers to an average recurrence interval of 10 years. So presumably to evaluate based on that standard, you'd need 10 years of data to determine where a high water mark was and then evaluate what the average recurrence interval of that was. So essentially we don't have the information to use that portion of the definition, so we refer back to the first phrase, change from aquatic to terrestrial vegetation. So based on that, we feel that the most recent calculation made by Jonathan Losky, who is an ecologist, is the most appropriate, because he is looking at the change from aquatic to terrestrial vegetation on the ground and looking where that is. So essentially the issue isn't, that here's where the high water mark is this year and therefore that's the high water mark. It's enough years of that water mark being made that there's actually a change in the vegetation. So really that's why we based on our definition. So given that, supporting Mr. Losky's delineation of the high water mark, we agree that the resulting lot area of the combined properties is in excess of 70 acres, and that would therefore accommodate 7 lots in compliance with the AR10 zoning. Michael, would you like to, I guess the question, do you want to deal with one issue at a time, or would you like me to go through?
Well, I mean, if the commissioners have any questions as we go along, for instance on this, we'll stop for a minute and address it. But otherwise, you can just...
Jack? Clarification, Michael. You mean questions or actually a desire to delve more deeply into this issue?
Well, you have the freedom to decide.
Okay. Well, I can read pretty well, and I understand where staff is coming from on this, because there is a drawback in that we do not have 10 years of an average of a high water mark, and even though I understand that it's possible to access some data online, and for a gauging station, I think 1.5 miles below without any other tributaries coming in, so you could infer. Now, and this information I will disclose certainly comes from a neighbor, Jennifer Long's feedback that she has, provided us. So, but to me it's logical that the stream flow is pretty consistent, meaning from point A, this parcel, to the gauge 1.5 miles down. But I have a concern, though, because what I observed when I went there on this site visit is that the flags that were marked were not representative of high water and sometimes seriously deficient, both in actual water or in the comments on the back of the pictures that I provided. And I'll go to those so I can, quote what I have said, if I can just find it. With my bad thumb, I can't hardly get through pages here. I apologize for being slow. Anyway, there's a couple of these pictures of my pictures that make a statement about the high water mark having been earlier, and that was my absolute inference because the ground was saturated big time, further even then. And the comments are on the back. Thanks, Suzanne. Much more efficient. And so, and believe me, I absolutely respect Jonathan as a professional and knowledgeable, but he's taking, he's done his analysis. I think his report says May May 25th, and the material we were submitted, that was submitted from Jennifer, indicates by going online, I believe, that the high water mark even occurred in July, early July, the high water.
Yeah.
And so Jonathan's analysis, and there's always a timeline, you got to do your analysis, get it in, etc., did not even contemplate the high water mark. And what I found, his flags were about placed to a large degree right at the trough of where I'll call the mainstream, the main body of water, where there was an absolute drop-off, because I very hesitantly kind of stepped to try to find out where we were. But the water was a foot to 16, 18 inches deeper beyond where Jonathan's flags are. Now, what I am not capable of is doing an analysis and what that means, and if at the end of the day it would change the results. But I just have to share that I question very much the findings of Jonathan done before May, because his report is dated at this time when the high water mark was over a month later. And so I'm just not convinced that the bottom line that we have 70 acres, and it's about 2/3 of an acre. There seems to be some leeway, and certainly the applicant can provide the facts here according to Jonathan's information. So for me, this is still an outstanding issue, and I'm not in agreement with staff's recommendation, though I understand aquatic vegetation and drift and Jonathan's analysis. I mean, he did a good analysis. It's just premature, very much premature for me.
Let me ask Mitch. Mitch, there's a recommendation to continue this meeting, and if that occurs, have another meeting. Do you think it would be possible to have Jonathan Lowski present at that hearing?
If he's available, sure, or certainly for second reading.
I think
we've made changes that we think address the reason that you've been asked to continue it today, and I'll go over those and hand them out. We've shrunken the envelopes. We've addressed the agricultural preservation issue, but I would be happy to address this now or when you tell me it's appropriate to.
Let's wait a little while. But you've heard Jack's objection. Rob?
Yeah, just some questions, Jack, in terms of some of the stuff that these are your photos that you took. And what are the
unprofessional as they are, of course.
What are the date of these photos?
I have it written down. I am going to find my note here. June 25th. And high water was July, according to the data that we had been provided by Jennifer, and I'm taking that for granted because it would appear that could easily be verified.
I think high water for the Colorado was July 10th.
Well, but the Roaring Fork and this gauge was July 6th or something in there.
And the other thing that I understand your concerns, Jack, but I also put out that the concerns that I have too is, did you take GPS marks where those flags are? I mean, are those flagged? What number? We got this Jonathan report, and there are 32 flags marked on this map, of which there's a photo of each one, and each one has a GPS locator to it in terms of where it is. And those could be flags from something else altogether.
No, they were green and blue flags. They were relative to this application. And I am certainly not a professional photographer, and I was hesitant and wouldn't go very far inland because I only want to stay on the fisherman's easement. But this is only an impression that I can give you from here. And this thing right here is my knee. I'm that deep in water.
Yeah. No, and I have the same concerns. I just think, my thought process is to have some sort of official thing that leads one way or the other.
That's right, but please remember my point.
Yeah.
Jonathan's work was done at a point in time which we don't know exact, but his report is made. I was June 25th, and high water was even later. So I can only infer that there's a good question to be asked here.
Rachel, you have?
Yeah,
Thank you, Mike.
and I also agree that it's an important issue and appreciate that you were able to take the site visit at that time and bring back some pictures. I guess the challenge I have, and it's something to really kind of, throw back to staff as much as anything, or to be answered at the next meeting, is the question of with average recurrence interval of 10 years. And I only say that because I was looking at the hydrograph chart on Monday at the 1177 meeting of what the snowpack was last year compared to this year. And, last year was somewhat of an exceptional year. But I don't know, and I'm not sure whether the River District would have it or USGS would have it, of what was the high water date over the last 10 years on the Roaring Fork, and it seems that there should be some gauging somewhere, and I'm thinking USGS is maybe who does that, if not maybe the Division of Water Engineers, to say, how often in the past 10 years have we had that sort of occurrence? How often? And I don't know. I do not know the answer to that. But if it were so, would it be moving this high water line in 3 feet or 4 feet into the bank, and then how much acreage would be subtracted, or how much FAR would, that's not the right term, how many square feet would be subtracted from the application if that was chosen as a, move it in 2 feet, 3 feet, something like that. Because we did all take the site visit, and the one thing that, did strike me in that was that the river, the lower area near the river has been altered with the previous owner who had wanted to try to create a channel for trout. And so I don't want to confuse the two, but I think that trying to take a look at that and get some more data might be appropriate.
Just a second, George. Suzanne, could you repeat what the staff's definition of high water mark is?
The code definition says, in the case of a creek, stream, or river, the water line at the point of change from aquatic to terrestrial vegetation, or the high water line of a stream discharge with an average recurrence interval of 10 years.
And did you say that the staff was satisfied with the first definition, and that was the definition that we're going to use?
Right. Our position was that what we're looking at is where there's a change from aquatic vegetation to terrestrial vegetation.
Okay.
Which would have occurred, obviously, over a period of time by being saturated with water.
Thank you.
That determines the high water.
George?
The whole argument of the debate comes down to, is there enough acreage to allow additional lot, because it's zone AR10. And so the whole question about where the high water line comes into factor in terms of where that land actually gets accountable for. I think that these pictures that Jack took, and even the study that Jonathan did, is really just a snapshot. And without having the ability and the information over a 10-year period, I think it's very difficult to really exactly know where that high water mark is. When we did that site visit, I think it was pretty clear to see where the river bank ended and the vegetation started. And some years that may overflow, in other years it would probably even come in a little into the riverbed. So I think there are probably more substantial issues that we'll hear later on. But I think that for me, I'm comfortable with the definition that staff has given, the report that a professional ecologist has given, and knowing that over each year there's going to be a difference in terms of where that high water mark will come. This coming year, I'm sure it's going to be much, much different than it was last year, given the snowpack that we have right now.
Jack?
Yeah, for me, and I'm sure everyone read this, but that 3 pages in on Jennifer Long's submission, the second page of her comments on ordinary high water mark, she refers to the Colorado Division of Water Resources website, and she talked to Mr. James Kellogg, and then she goes into, an explanation. So I think there's some data available, and I wouldn't mind, because now I don't know when this gauge was put in. That would be an important factor. But I think there's some data that we can draw about Rachel's comment about when high water marks are, and maybe reinforce, what we're thinking, or question further. I don't know, but at least there's a specific official Colorado website, and I think that's an important fact.
Hold on, Mitch. The issue, it seems to me, is whether we accept the code definition of high water mark, not other data here. And so if we don't accept it, we're going to have a real dilemma. And that's actually the dilemma we're experiencing right now. So I'm not sure how to resolve it. Perhaps the applicant can help us resolve it, but I think we need to move on with this issue. Rachel?
Well, I accept the definition, Michael, but the definition has an or in it. It's 2 standards, not 1, that are within the definition.
Well, or means one or the other. It doesn't.
Yes.
It does not and. So I would suggest to you that it's one or the other.
Right, and I think that we're discussing which is the appropriate or here.
Suzanne, hold on, Mitch. Is there any further presentation? Do you want to keep going here?
I don't have any more comments on that issue.
On that issue, okay. So let's go ahead.
Move on. Okay.
So I'll just leave it if there seems to be a dispute about what actually is high water mark.
So the next issue or concern that had been raised was the issue about the further subdivision prohibition that goes back to the original split of the property back in 1982 when there was an agricultural lot split done on the Barter property. And actually, in digging into it and providing you with those background documents that had been requested, there were really 2 actions that happened at the time. There was an agricultural lot split and a subdivision exemption. I don't have it right in front of me, but basically to create the parcel for the church. So out of those 2 actions, 3 parcels were created. The agricultural lot split created what we're now referring to as the Barter parcel, and the remaining property that's now the Morrow-Wingo Junction subdivision. And then there was a smaller 3-acre parcel created over on this side of the property. This tract 1 that the county now owns is basically subsumed within that, but the remainder of that joined back with what is now the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision. So that was a site that was intended for construction of a church that never occurred. That parcel was then later sold and basically joined back together with essentially what was the original Barta fathering parcel. So that's a little bit more information on the background, and those documents were all provided in the packet. The issue was the condition on the detailed submission final plat approval for the ag lot split. It said parcel 1 and parcel 3 cannot be subdivided further, the Barta parcel being what was referred to as parcel 3 at the time. The staff's position on this has been the code in effect at the time specified that further subdivision of the lots resulting from a lot split shall require full compliance with the annual application requirements and growth management allotment provisions shall be met. So it's our position that what the code said about an agricultural lot split was basically if it's going to be subdivided in the future, it's going to need to go through the process that's applicable at the time. But the condition was put on the approval saying can't be further subdivided. That's about as much information as we can gather from looking at the minutes and stuff. There's not much discussion on any of those issues. So our position has been, the applicant has requested to amend that condition. I think we've presented to you previously that we don't feel that that condition was intended to prevent them from pursuing a subdivision subject to the code in effect at the time. The attorney has said that that condition doesn't prevent them from asking to amend the condition, and that's essentially what they're requesting at this time. Ms. Long, in her comments, has acknowledged that the applicant has the right to request that the county amend the original approvals, but asserts that the county is under no obligation to do so, absent what she calls an excellent public benefit. In reviewing the code, in terms of looking at this as a major amendment to the previous approval, that would be the code provision that we use today. The code provides that a major amendment requires a new application of the same type required for the original approval. There is no longer an agricultural lot split provision in the code. That was a subdivision and growth management exemption that existed at the time. It doesn't exist anymore. The code provision that would apply today is subdivision. The ag lot split was an exemption from subdivision that doesn't exist, so now subdivision is the applicable. So the process, I think process-wise, we're in the appropriate process to address this. Again, the neighbor has raised the question of is it appropriate to do this, and basically our position is they're meeting the code requirements in order to amend that condition.
Any questions? Bob?
Well, where does the language "an excellent public benefit" come from?
That's just a quote from Jennifer's, Ms. Long's comments. That's not a
code requirement that to do
No,
this.
and that's why I was trying to say that what the code says is you're going through whatever is applicable under the code, which is anything now related to subdivision. So that's not a standard in the code.
So really, I could read that sentence that the county is really under no obligation to do it, period. It's really at our discretion. Correct. Yeah. It doesn't, has no reference to whether or not there's a public benefit or not in terms of our code or how we...
Okay. Oh, Jack?
Yeah, I will disclose that I called John earlier because I wanted to... Johnny Lee, excuse me, thanks. Just to clarify, well, what does it mean, you know, when there's a statement about no further subdivision? And certainly in the course of the conversation, the end result, of course, is reinforce what I already knew. Well, an applicant has the right to apply for an amendment, and we have the ability to agree or not. You know, that's our discretion. But for me, when the commissioners, the previous commissioners, which appeared to include Helen Clanderud, Michael Kinsley, Bob Child, and Colette Penny, I couldn't figure out by all this in the back who that fifth one was, but they put it in here for a reason. And it's not something to be taken lightly. And certainly we know, state law says you can always amend and change, etc. So, I take that very seriously. And then my question, which Rob, I think, already got an answer about, was, well, public benefit, and is that a section or any reference in the code to do this, as some direction for us or a path? And certainly there is not. But I think we ought to be considerate of at least that thought, because the commissioners were serious about putting that in here, and as a result, it should be taken as a serious consideration. And then what we do here, at the end of the day, with all the issues, and we've all been here enough to know that you're always weighing and kind of looking through gray areas, I would like to know, for my sake, though it's not a code requirement, I might see, well, I'm in the gray area here, and what's going to help me nudge me over the line, as it were, to vote to approve this. And so I'd like to know if there's a public benefit. So when we get to Mitch's presentation, I'd like you to it has been referred to, in all of this, but I'd like you to remind us what your feeling is about where's the public benefit relative to this application. Because I understand what context we're working in right now. Thank you. I guess you go ahead, Suzanne.
The next issue is irrigated lands for food or crop production. And the code states that an activity envelope shall be defined to ensure the preservation of at least 95% of the acreage historically used for production of food for humans or hay, grain, and other feed crops for livestock. The code allows a reduction to 85%, but only if compliance with the 95% standard would require a dwelling or other structure to be constructed in another constrained area that would create an inconsistency with the land use code or the comprehensive plan. So essentially only if there are other constraints that have an issue. Ms. Londa's question if the applicant has accurately calculated that acreage historically used for food and crop production, and also asserted that the applicant is already required as a part of the original Moro-Wingo Junction Ranch approvals to revegetate the area on common parcel 1. So just to back up for a second here. So we're talking here's the BARDA parcel. Let's see the property line there, but is it the blue? Oh, yeah, it's the blue one. Yeah, sorry. So BARDA parcel here, existing BARDA residence. So the applicant, this one envelope is situated around the existing residence and other structures here, and another envelope is essentially over in this area. The applicant in their original application acknowledged that they weren't quite meeting the 95% requirement here, and said, but we are going to reclaim area over here on common parcel 1 and return that to irrigated, revegetated, food or crop production land, and that will more than make up for the area that's being removed over here. Staff had initially agreed with that assertion. Once, with the additional information that Ms. Long presented, I went back through all of the documents related to the Roaring Fork Meadows and to look at what requirements were there in terms of revegetation or irrigation in this area on common parcel 1. And the short version of that, the long version's in the memo with all the references to the plats and whatnot, is that the applicant is required as a part of those approvals to revegetate the southern portion of common parcel 1. The quote is to preserve the historically irrigated areas. That was the language in those approvals. So whereas this area has been disturbed for many years from construction of the highway and other construction projects subsequent to that, the intention from the original approval was that this area would be returned to a historically irrigated area, revegetated. That may not be food or crop production necessarily, but clearly intended to be revegetated and maintained as a green open space, if nothing else. But we're not requiring them to grow hay there or something else, but we're requiring them to grow something other than weeds or dirt, which is what's growing up there now. That it has to be revegetated, and the language there is preserving the historically irrigated area. So, given that they don't have this replacement area available to them, the proposal the applicant had made regarding these envelopes does not meet the 95% requirement of the code. There are no constraints here that would allow them to go down to that 85% standard that the code provides. We're not dealing with, if they can't put it there, then it has to be on a steep slope or something else. So they do have to meet the 95% provision is our position, and I know the applicant has some additional information today to present to you on that issue. So I think I'll leave it at that for now, sort of on the short version on that issue.
Rachel?
Yes, thank you, Michael. Realizing that you have asked for additional time, and your recommendation is to continue, do you have any sort of rough idea how short you think the property is in terms of acreage? If those areas are not available for reclaim, do you have any idea?
I don't, but like I said, I think Mitch will be able to present to you. They've been working on how they can configure their envelopes, and I think he'll have some more better numbers for you. If that's what you're.
Okay, yeah. And then the second is maybe something for you to consider, and I don't know, it's just a little on the fly here, but part of what I'm wondering is if this were to go forward in some format, would a smaller house size than is being proposed and there create a different level of standards that it needs to make? Is there any sort of a non-conforming lot to be annexed into the subdivision that would have constraints on it that we could stipulate to and say, okay, well, it can join the other subdivision and the master plan and share the amenities and all these things, but these house sizes must be smaller in order to be granted that, rather than one 10-acre lot, two new 10-acre lots, could there be 2 8-acre lots that would then have homes that could not go to the 750 standard? Again, you can contemplate that, but I'm trying to figure out, is there a different application that works as well, that may get us there for some of the intent of the applicant?
So you want them to consider that not necessarily answered right now? So
yes, that's what I'm saying. It's
okay.
just kind of, Okay. And I think Rob has a question as well.
Rob?
Yeah. I just want to get my arms totally around this because I read this like 8 times and looked at maps and tried to figure out. My understanding is that historically there was 95% of X. So my first question is, what's X on historically? It had to be maintained as agricultural land. So what is the original X that historically had to be maintained as agricultural land?
Well, I think first of all, really, for this application, we're talking about 95% of the BARDA parcel.
So just the BARDA parcel.
Just the BARDA parcel.
So just this
definitely, Jennifer's definitely raised the issue about the previous subdivision, and whether it meets or did it at any point in time meet the 95%.
Yeah.
And actually, I think that the answer there is that as finally approved by the BOCC, it did not meet the 95% standard at that time. And that was accepted as part of the subdivision approval at the time. Once these 5 lots were placed up here with their envelopes, when you add up the acreage of those envelopes, we're not meeting a 95% standard. Again, take out the BARDA parcel, looking at the original piece. At that time, they did not meet the 95% standard.
So the original X is the entire larger parcel.
The original,
the 95% of land that has to be agriculturally irrigated was the Roaring Fork Meadows parcel, the entire larger parcel.
Is not. I think you're mixing the
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out here.
There was a 95% requirement at the time that the original Roaring Fork Meadows was subdivided.
Okay.
So not
of all
of the Roaring Fork Meadows
which is
property.
These parcels and the common parcel.
And the common parcel, right.
And there's an argument that they didn't meet that at that time, although it was still approved.
Right.
Okay, and now we're adding the BARDA parcel to this.
So you're adding the BARDA.
We want to.
So we're reviewing BARDA parcel now for its own subdivision, which then implicates the 95% requirement on the BARDA parcel.
On the BARDA parcel.
So that's, essentially we're looking at that separately as what is requested today for this application.
And what the applicant has suggested is putting a building envelope on the BARDA parcel removes agricultural land, but they're adding it back by doing this sliver here on the BARDA parcel. That's what I understood when they presented to us previously.
And some of the
plus area.
Plus some of the common area.
Right, uncommon.
But the common area potentially may be counted twice because it was originally part of the greater Roaring Fork Meadows 95%.
Essentially, that's what we've said is Well, no, you can't take credit for that now because it's
My point is that there are two different denominators for what the 95% is. We're looking at the barter parcel, but we're also looking at the entire
I think
subdivision.
to simplify it, I mean, I think that the issue of 95%, if we're taking out the proposal to replace area on Common Parcel 1, and again, I think Mitch will address how they're proposing to deal with the 95% requirement on the barter parcel. But so what we've said is that the approval from Roaring Fork Meadows requires that areas outside of their building envelopes be, whatever that language was,
Well, the ditch and outside the envelopes and an agricultural preservation easement.
right, they're in an agricultural preservation easement, and that those areas would be preserved for those kinds of uses. So anything outside of the building envelopes. So I guess the answer to you is that on the barter parcel, Mitch will address how they will propose to meet a 95% requirement on the barter parcel unto itself.
Yeah. So I guess what I would like to see is some shaded maps that say, this is 95% of the acreage on this parcel with a line around that and the part shaded that's going to be, and then what the original agricultural guidelines were, which was, and what was supposed to be irrigated for agricultural at that point. You understand where my confusion is?
I think for
a little bit seeing it on the map.
For Roaring Fork Meadows, I mean, I think the issue is that anything outside of their building envelopes was to be available for, again, minus roads, obviously, so those infrastructure needs, was to be in an agricultural easement. So that doesn't necessarily, there's no specific language there saying you're in this easement and so you have to grow hay or grow food or whatever, but that it's intended to be irrigated land with vegetation growing on it. And that includes, sorry, I won't hit you guys, this area. As well. You see here, this is the only one that's been built, but you can see, here's the one house that's been built. So basically the areas, here's the trail running up above the property, that's the Saltgold Snowmass Trail. So basically all of these areas around that building envelope are to be, for lack of a better word, green areas.
And 95% of the area.
As close to 95%.
Well, right. We accepted something less than 95% at the time, but said that we're accepting your envelopes, we're acknowledging that you're not meeting 95%, but everything outside of those envelopes is going to be green in some form. I don't know if that...
Yeah, no, it helps, but it's really what areas are in, I'm a little confused as to what areas are in dispute. It seems like this is, the dispute is that this is being counted twice.
It won't be a dispute.
I think what we're trying to say is right, I think there's no dispute. What we've said is you can't take credit for that now under this new application. And then Mitch has been working to figure out how we can meet the 95% on the barter parcel itself. So yeah, I think that will...
I mean, I think this is a real cut and dry numbers thing, but there's areas that are in dispute right now.
Right, but it won't be as soon as I get a chance to go through it.
Yeah, may I clarify? What is before us today is the 95% relative to barter parcel.
Correct.
That's just the bottom line here. Okay.
Next. Okay. The major plat amendments. So Ms. Long has questioned the use of a major plat amendment to incorporate the subdivided barter parcel into the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision PUD when the code states under major plat amendment, one of the criteria, in no case shall a major plat amendment be utilized to increase the number of lots on a plat. Staff's position has been that the major plat amendment provision is not being utilized to increase the number of lots on a plat, on the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision plat. The applicant is subdividing, going through our subdivision standards to subdivide the barter parcel, The amendment to the Roaring Fork Meadow subdivision is to then include those lots with the subdivision. So we're not further subdividing the 5 lots and the 2 common parcels and the 1 tract to create a new lot. We are adding new lots to the subdivision, but we're not, again, it gets to semantics kind of, but we're not using the major plat amendment to create a new lot. We're using it to add the BARDA parcel lots to the subdivision. There is, definitely the valid point there is that you cannot subdivide the BARDA parcel without somehow linking it to the rest of the Roaring Fork Meadows. It's a 10-acre parcel today. It's zoned AR10. There is no subdivision potential onto the BARDA parcel, unto itself. So without linking it with the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision, there is no subdivision potential there. So I think, again, that's the issue, I guess, is whether it is then appropriate through the major plat amendment to add the BARDA parcel to the Roaring Fork Meadows to accommodate the additional lot on the BARDA parcel versus, relooking at the lot area on just the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision and what could potentially come out of that. So the BARDA parcel does need lot area from Roaring Fork Meadows to be subdivided. I think that's the point to be made here.
George?
Suzanne, have we ever done that historically? Can you think of any example where we added
Combined
to a subdivision?
I can't think of anything. Last sort of more item of information was a little bit of more background about Common Parcel 2. A number of questions were asked on the site visit about the restrictions associated with that. So again, Common Parcel 2, down by the river. Thanks, Rob. And up here, there was an envelope, a recreational development envelope, and a landscape and slope stabilization envelope. So on that little bench. So there's an envelope here, and then running sort of on the lower edge of that, basically on the edge of the top of slope, is where this landscape and slope stabilization envelope was. We didn't run the recreational development envelope all the way to the top of that slope. We provided a buffer area, but that would allow for landscaping and any stabilization work that might need to occur. But so the language from the PUD guide regarding restrictions on use, limited common parcel 2 to a trail and any necessary stairway within the fisherman's access easement shown on the plat between the railroad right-of-way and the fisherman's easement along the river. So there was already an easement that ran along the river, and there was an additional easement granted through the subdivision process, granting access from the Rio Grande Trail down to here so some people could get to the fishing easement along the river. So the second use was common recreational facilities and amenities available for the owners of lots, such as picnic benches, enclosed recreational equipment storage sheds, landscaping, and such other similar recreational amenities as may be approved by community development, limited to the envelope. There were questions asked about, there is no limitation on the size, there was nothing specified about the size of structure or structures that would be allowed within that envelope. And there were questions asked about the setbacks. And there would be a 50-foot setback required from the railroad right-of-way. So here's the railroad right-of-way. So basically this is considered the front of the property because you're accessing it from this place. So there's a 50-foot setback required here and a 30-foot on the side. Much of that envelope is within those designated setbacks. The envelope does run to those property lines. Any structures would require a variance from the Board of Adjustment, so that would go for our normal variance procedure. And so anyway, that was just the background on Common Parcel 2 for your information. So staff's recommendation for continuing the application again, primarily related to giving the applicant an opportunity to further address the 95% irrigated lands provision. I know Mitch has some additional information he wants to present to you today. I can further inform you.
Any questions for Suzanne?
Yeah, clarification on the recreation envelope that you were pointing to, kind of the left-hand corner below the trail. When we did our site visit, it was mentioned that there was no cap on that square footage, and then there was discussion, comments made, well, maybe we should talk about that. And I think there were comments made by the applicant, I think it was maybe Scott, I'm not sure, Scott and Mitch, and I didn't see any further discussion about that in the memo. Was there any discussion between the applicant and staff on that issue?
Not related to common prostitute.
And square footage cap, quote unquote.
Right.
Okay. Well, I think that's on the table, at least for discussion, because it was brought up at the site visit.
With the plat amendment, there could be a lot of different items that could be amended.
Any further questions for Suzanne? Mitch, are you prepared to give a presentation?
I am.
Okay, would you introduce yourself?
Yes, Mitch Haas, Haas Land Planning, for the record, and Scott Russell's just arrived as well. Rather than just go through a whole presentation, I thought I would just follow the same way Suzanne went, just go through the issues as they come up in the staff memo and try to address the questions and comments that we've heard so far. So starting with the lot area, the high water line issue, our feeling is we hired Jonathan Losky after there was some debate. First a surveyor mapped it, and then another surveyor mapped it. We submitted that. It was reviewed by the county. It was accepted. There was some debate and discussion from a neighbor. We said, all right, we'll go ahead and hire someone to go out and simply flag the high water line. We didn't give him any direction. He didn't know the area that would be below his flags because the surveyors had to go back and then map the flagging and do the calculations. Jonathan followed the code definition, the methods that the county's always accepted since 2006 when this provision entered the code, and the Army Corps of Engineers methodology for mapping a high water line. Yes, some of the flags ended up being below where the water came later, but I would submit to you that the demarcation between terrestrial and aquatic vegetation did not change between May and July. Nor will it change by some flooding principle that went on. Flooding is not a high water line. A high water line is where the aquatic vegetation and terrestrial vegetation meet, and that change occurs. That is what Jonathan flagged. That is what he is an expert in and more than capable of doing. And his mapping has been accepted by the county every single time he's ever done it before. If this winter keeps going the way it's been going, I would submit to you that next year's flooding event and high water line will be substantially lower than it was this July. Are we going to go back and drop the high water line down and say, well, now the developable area is much higher? No, of course not. What we do is we mark the difference between vegetation and we accept it. Period. That's what we've done. There's no dealings going on here. There's no moving around of lines happening. It was simply mapped, surveyed, calculated, and when we calculated it, we came up with still having 0.66 acres to spare. That's just under 30,000 square feet of land to spare to meet the 70-acre minimum for the density. I would submit to you that even if we could map Jennifer's flagging, we would still be over the 70 acres, but we can't map it. I tried to analyze the mapping as best I could, but clearly written in big letters with an exclamation point is not to scale. I can't do an analysis of anything that's not to scale. I can't map anything that's not to scale. But what I can tell you from looking at our mapping, these areas I've highlighted in orange clearly come from small channels that were created illegally and artificially by the previous owner of the property, Bob Moore. These areas create these ponding things that are not part of the river's high water. They are groundwater that fills up, or that fills up from channeling and flood events due to artificially created channels. They are not part of what the county would call high water line. If you take out these orange areas, Jennifer's mapping is remarkably similar to what Jonathan mapped, and certainly not different to the magnitude of nearly 30,000 square feet of land. That's kind of where we stand on the high water mapping. It's not, I don't see any wiggle room or any gray area here. It's been mapped, it works out, we have enough land area. So I can move on to the next issue.
I think maybe the commissioners might have a question on that high water. Are there any commissioners? None? Yeah?
Well, Mitch, under part of the definition, you're correct. But there is an unknown here, which is the 10-year average, which I feel that we could access more data about and conclusively end this conversation by some averages. Because I feel that, and again, please understand, I completely respect Jonathan's work, just like I respect the DOW's work, but I don't always agree with the DOW. Now, am I an expert? No. But I think I'm a somewhat educated layman, and I have an opinion based on some kind of background, you know. So, not an expert, but I like the idea of averages better than a determination of what this or that is. Now, if the code only said, in case of a creek, stream, or river, the water line at the point of change from aquatic to terrestrial, period, the conversation might be over. But it says or. And so I want the most amount of information possible, and that's why I'm not agreeing with your presentation.
If I may, the staff take is the front one is what rules here, and so we've followed that.
But I don't have to, but let me interrupt, because you're starting to say that, no, I will apologize for interrupting you, but I still will interrupt you because staff has an opinion just like us, but we don't have to agree with staff. They do not set facts. They present their interpretation, understanding, and use of the code.
Okay. If I can continue. Since this rule's been adopted in 2006, several properties have gone through a review with the high water line. As far as I can tell, none have had 10 years worth of data to go with their high water line mapping, yet the county has consistently accepted the mapping as done. I don't know that what's it been, 2006 to now, 5 years of precedent suddenly changes now because one neighbor is convinced that something's different, or that there's a water gauge the state maintains on this property. There isn't. So we don't have the data available. The state doesn't have the data available for this property for 10 years. So it seems logical that we follow the same methodology the county has time and time again accepted since the advent of this regulation. If I cannot convince you, I cannot convince you. I'm sorry, but I would hope the other four commissioners would see the logic and reasoning behind that.
Well, and if I may say, this is Scott Russell. Jack, this is, what you're proposing on...
I didn't recognize you, so I'm going to have to... I recognize Mitch, and so I don't want this to get into a debate with one commissioner.
Well,
Mitch is making a fine presentation, so if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you not to speak at this point.
That's fine. I thought there were questions being asked.
Thanks.
So I was going to move on to the further subdivision prohibition discussion next, because I covered everything I felt that I wanted to say about the high water line.
Okay.
The further subdivision prohibition, this is not something we take lightly either, or address in some sort of flip way. I am I wanted to thank Suzanne for finding all those minutes from the BOCC, because I think they further proved what we've been saying all along. If you look at those minutes, it seems that real clear that the condition should not have been a prohibition against further subdivision. Rather, the minutes really make it clear that what they talked about was a prohibition against further lot splits, and lot splits only, and that any further development would be required to go through full subdivision review. If you look at the comments on, the May 24th, 1982 minutes, the public hearing, Barter Ranch subdivision, very clearly, Commissioner Kinsley at the time stated, and I'm reading it from the minutes, he also explained that a lot split is allowed on a given parcel of land only once, and advised the applicant that any further development would require full subdivision review. I would submit to you that the condition was wrong. It should not have prohibited further subdivision. It should have prohibited further lot splits, and that any further development proposed would have to go through full subdivision review, which is exactly what we're doing and exactly what we did with this BARTA subdivision exemption once before when the Morrow subdivision with approval was granted. So, yeah, I agree with staff completely on this one. We are amending it, we are entitled to amend it, and that we're not at all contrary to the codes at the time in 1982, or even the discussion the commissioners had during their hearings in 1982. As for whether or not amending the old condition, which I again state I think was inappropriately worded, is accurate, and whether we have to show some public benefit to do so, I'm perfectly fine saying we have public benefit. We have quite a bit of public benefit in this proposal. We went through growth management. You don't score above threshold in growth management without public benefit. So without this proposal, no, the water rights on the property do not have to be tied to this property alone and can be sold for use elsewhere. Without this approval, we do not have to switch from inefficient flood irrigation to timed and zone-controlled irrigation to conserve water. We do not have to return water to the streams the way we've said we would. We do not have to convey the excellent public benefit of improved health and safety to all the residents of the Hoagland Ranch subdivision by improving their access for fire and parking and making it so that a fire truck can get to them in the case of an emergency. We do not have to convey the benefit of once preserving land that had been used for agricultural, also saying we will put in an agricultural preservation easement so that it continues to be used and irrigated. There's nothing in the code about continuing to irrigate agricultural lands once you preserve it. You just have to preserve it. It can turn brown and be brownfield from then and after, but we have committed to doing more than that. The benefits are outlined. I mean, I'm only touching on some of them. We did not have to agree to make the improvements to the open space trailhead parking area that we've agreed to do. That is all coming from this application. Unfortunately, the benefits don't all fall on our neighbors in the Samuelson tract directly, but they do fall to the public in general and to specific neighbors on other borders. So if I move on to the issue that's I felt coming into here was the largest issue given the staff write-up, the irrigated lands for food or crop production, we've decided we don't want to keep squabbling over what we did and didn't have to do under the old approvals. We don't want to keep squabbling over what is and isn't irrigated. We're trying our best to simply make it easy for everybody. So what we're proposing, and I'm going to hand these out, I apologize because the mapping was literally being finished when I got the call that we were up and due here today. I was unable to get a large map, so the best I could do is print a whole bunch of 11 by 17s to hand out, and then we can discuss them. But what we're doing here is making the envelopes significantly smaller and returning area to irrigation. Yeah, it's 2 sheets per person, if you want to do that. So the first sheet you'll each get is the revised envelopes, and the second sheet just shows historically irrigated area on the property. We've recalculated because up till now we've just been saying, all right, we'll just accept numbers that our neighbors proposed because it's easiest rather than having a surveyor actually measure it. But we very conservatively had the surveyor map out areas that were historically irrigated. Can I borrow that? All we've, okay. Oh, I see. All we've excluded is, if I think I can see this accurately enough, the area where the house is and that little fenced area around it. We've excluded that from what's been irrigated. So we're not arguing over this strip anymore. We're saying, fine, if you want to count it, we can count it. We're even counting some of the fenced area where the horses are because that's been argued should be counted. So we're saying, okay, we'll count that as well. So we've excluded really the developed area only, the area of the ditch itself, because the ditch is not irrigated, and then the area everybody's been agreeing to in this corner. The result is conservatively we came up with 8.32 acres of historically irrigated acreage out of the 10 acres on the border parcel. If you say we have to preserve 95% of that area, that means 7.9 acres of the 10 need to be preserved for agricultural use. So what we've done is shrunken our activity envelopes plus access envelopes to an area of 2.1 acres total. In other words, 10 minus 2.1 leaves 7.9 acres outside of the activity envelopes and access envelopes. We will take all of those 7.9 acres and add them to the agricultural preservation easement for the entire Roaring Fork Meadows PUD. So not only are we taking them and leaving them out of the envelopes, but we're going to make them part of an agricultural preservation easement, which ensures they will continue to be agricultural lands, not just preserved land. At the end of the day, we are satisfying the 95% requirement on the Bardo parcel, and I think going above and beyond it by making that acreage, the 7.9, part of an agricultural preservation easement. So what you're seeing on the maps, if I can explain this at all.
Do you want me to put
Yeah, I
these
think
on?
they should be on this one.
Oh, we have a
Yeah, would you mind?
new technology here.
This has a number.
Maybe we should, if you want to start with this one, the irrigated area map, that would be easier to explain first.
Do we need, maybe, Michael, if you bring down the front lights?
Throw the other one on first?
Oh, the other one, sorry.
Yeah.
With
Oh, wait.
the
Oh,
envelopes?
no,
I
yeah.
have those,
That's
yeah.
okay. I just couldn't see it, sorry. So what we've done here, just to make it easier to see because I was explaining it, the area we're saying has not been historically irrigated is following this fence line here, up and around, and as it comes up to that shed and over past the shed. That's it for the existing developed area coming out of, that has not been historically irrigated, and I would hope that Ms. Long would agree with that. And then what we also excluded, this is the center line of the ditch, the area above the ditch. And then if down in the corner of that, I don't think that's been in dispute ever, so it's the same 0.149 acres. I think Jennifer had it at 0.15, so whatever, same difference. Okay, so then if we move from that to the other map, thank you, Suzanne, sorry. And this is, understand, this mapping is still not absolutely perfect. We will, of course, perfect it before we would go to detailed final subdivision review and approvals, and go with that. So any final platting and final PUD plans will be absolutely correct in where the lines sit. But what we've proposed now is that envelope was bigger before, but this becomes the activity envelope on Lot 7, right here. It expanded a little further before it was this whole thing. And then this is just landscape disturbance for during construction. Access will be between here and here, coming from where it already does. This envelope is shrunken significantly. Now the activity envelope is this area only. And access comes across from the road in the subdivision down through here. These envelopes, this activity envelope, these two little access envelopes do not exceed 2.1 acres, leaving 7.9 acres outside. That will be added to the agricultural preservation easement. What we will be doing, and if we can't do it now, we would be requested as part of the detailed final approval, requesting this become the front yard for this property. That's where access is gained. Typically, that's the case in county. It's a triangle lot, so we've said from here to there would be front. This whole thing would be side. This would be side. That'll be rear. We'll have no issues with setbacks. We've set this line 50 feet off of that would be the front line so that it complies with the setback requirements of the zoning. On this lot, however, so as not to have to push development into the green field and agricultural area, and so as not to push it closer to our neighbors that are concerned this way or that way, we will be requesting a PUD variation from the front yard setback requirement here of 50 feet to make it a smaller setback so that development can stay in the corner and be more clustered with existing development going on over here on the Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision. Everything else will be fine with because the 30-foot setbacks that result off of this line and this line will be greatly exceeded by a couple hundred feet in either side. So that's what we've done, and we've tried to do this. What we've done here also with this, I should note, is create a larger area for landscaping and buffering down in here to enable greater sensitivity to our neighbors who live down in here, so that they should have less visibility of any development in this activity envelope, excuse me. And same around here, buffering envelope, and keeping the development in this corner keeps it as far as we reasonably can on this parcel from the neighbors down below. Note that this dimension right here for landscaping is at 70 feet. So if you look at that being 70 feet, you figure another 70 feet, plus the railroad right-of-way is another 100 feet. Our envelope's got to be at this point some close to, if not more than 300 feet from our nearest neighbor's property line down here. That's a substantial setback and plenty of room to provide for buffering and visual distance between neighbors so that they shouldn't be disturbed by noises or all that noticeable to the house, and still have plenty of green space between any development that would occur and their homes. And also provides for greater sensitivity to trail users.
Rachel?
Just a clarification on that, Mitch. The buffer envelope, as you call it, the landscaping buffer, that is not counted towards the irrigated acreage, but it's not the activity envelope. I mean, I'm trying to understand it.
It doesn't count. It doesn't come out of the 95% requirement. Meaning it doesn't count against it. You don't lose area in the 95% preservation. That's what I understand was done at Chaparral and WJ both, where they have landscape envelopes. It counts as irrigated area.
Okay, I just want the clarification.
So, Mitch, what is then your irrigated acreage that you're preserving?
It will be on this property 7.9 acres out of the 8.32 existing. 95%.
That is 95%?
95, yes. And to the extent we're off by a decimal place here or there, we will fine-tune that and make sure it's exactly right, if not exceeding the 95% before we would come in for a detailed final review. The intention is to make sure we satisfy, if not exceed, the 95% requirement. And I'm stating that for the record, so there's no misunderstanding about that.
Do we need these maps any longer?
Maybe for one more question.
Okay.
And thank you. And I know you're just working your way through the staff memo, and so I'm not sure that you've really gotten to this issue of major plat amendment and that process. And I'm, like others, kind of struggling with some of this. You know, we always tend to find that we're looking at and living with older resolutions of other boards that have been approved. And, you know, it may be considered a shortcoming of the prior approval, but, you know, accepted as it is, that there was never the 95% acreage on the original Roaring Fork Meadows subdivision. Okay. But going from there to, these are only 5-acre lots, and they need part of the Roaring Fork Meadows acreage to become 10-acre lots within the 10-acre subdivision. It just, you know, if they are becoming 10-acre lots as part of the larger subdivision, but the previous 95% requirement was never met, and accepting that, it just still is awkward to me. It's like putting puzzle pieces together that don't quite fit, to ask that we accept 95% on the BARDA, and appreciate your efforts to get there. But where is the rest of the acreage for those 10-acre lots, and is that now irrigated acreage or not? You know, I guess that's what I'm saying. You know, we're pushing 10 acres from Roaring Fork Meadows into the BARDA to give them 10 acres each.
I follow you.
Okay, so I'm kind of saying, but we've accepted less than 95, maybe less than 85. I have no idea what was accepted in the original plat, and should there be something coming from Roaring Fork Meadows that compensates for irrigated acreage as well, or you know, I mean, it just we're mixing and matching.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and frankly, there's not much more to come from this one. So how I would try my best to respond to that is, when we went through the Morrow approvals, what's now Roaring Fork Meadows, I don't think anyone really knew that we were under 95%, including us, the applicants at the time. We did not know. It was sort of a last minute, the final hearing of the detailed final review. We had to move our envelope from what is now Common Parcel 2 up into the rest of the property. Common Parcel 2 was never historically irrigated, so you took area that was never historically irrigated that had an envelope, and we had to put an envelope into an area that was historically irrigated. No one did calculations. It happened at the hearing. So the result was what it was. But I would submit that the total land preservation in the Morrow approvals greatly exceeded the 95%, because there was also a 12-point-something acre conservation easement on areas that were never historically irrigated. All of the area above the ditch and all of the significant wildlife habitat that's up in the pinyon, sage, juniper areas, the hillside up there, was all put in a conservation easement. I think it was 12.4 acres, if I remember right. Anyway, I would submit the total land preservation was far greater than 95%. And I would, having now had to sit and read the regulations on irrigated acreage more than I ever cared to, or anyone else probably ever cares to, I would submit that my conclusion is it's a land preservation standard more than an agricultural preservation standard. The goal of it is you got to preserve 95% of acreage. Doesn't require that you continue to use it for agriculture. Doesn't require that it ever be irrigated again. It just means you don't develop on it. Well, if you consider the conservation easement on top of it, we're well in excess of that requirement. And to me, the final requirement, which keeps coming up, which is literally at the very last minute before that detailed final approval was granted, I believe the commissioner at the time was Mick, Ireland, required us to accept a condition that we do not do anything on the property that could ever be construed as commercial agricultural, and that the property, the entire subdivisions for residential purposes only, etc. Well, that leaves you with an agricultural preservation area that you can't derive a dime off of. So, I don't know, I mean, I grew up urban in the city. I've never irrigated land, I've never worked land that way, but from what I understand, it's not easy, and it's not something anyone does as a hobby. If you can't derive a dime off of it, then you're asking people to do this as a hobby. Well, very few people are going to continue with that and do it as a hobby. But we did commit to putting all of that into a agricultural preservation easement. So we are doing that on the Morrow parcel, the Roaring Fork Meadows, without the potential to derive a profit from it. So really we're doing it for public benefit, for neighbors to see and for green areas to be maintained, etc. That led me to believe it's really a land preservation requirement. The two things when you combine it. It's a land preservation, not an agricultural preservation. We went the extra distance and made it an agricultural preservation requirement. So I think the spirit of that, maybe it didn't meet 95%. It's a more useful meeting of the requirement in that it will actually be agricultural land. And then I think we meet the 95% land preservation when you add in the conservation easement that was done.
Thank you for that explanation. That's very helpful. And again, at the very least, we're going to second hearing, if not, if we continue this today or not. It would be helpful to have that as a calculation. That if you take it as if it was done,
sure,
and you say, okay, this is what was preserved, either irrigated ag or land conservation in the original Roaring Fork Meadows, plus what would be the irrigated land preserved within the BARDA, what is that as a ratio to the totality? That would be a helpful thing to have. Thank you.
So let me ask again, do we need this map up? I'd like to turn the lights on in the spirit of shedding light on this.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Michael.
Bigger wheels on this chair.
I will do that calculation. Do you want to try and move the screen back? Thank you. Just in a way of explaining a little bit, and I'll do that. I'll get that calculation that Rachel just asked for. I'll get you that calculation of total land, but just so you know, I mean, this is the ditch line here. Comes up a little somewhere, it loses a little through there, and comes back down, and then back up. This land up in here was all part of, largely, well, I don't know where the property line is, but up in here was part of the Morrow property. So a lot of this land here was placed in a conservation easement as well, everything above the ditch is here.
Thank you.
So, where was I? So I'll move on to the major plat amendment question. We're fine with staff's review of it. What I tried to explain in the memo we'd recently submitted is you don't actually need to do a major plat amendment here. If the board is uncomfortable with the language of the standard about in no case should a major plat amendment be utilized to increase the number of lots on a plat, then we don't need to amend the Roaring Fork Meadows plat for this purpose. We will amend it to clean up easements. We will amend it to just for little things, little insubstantial things. But we don't need to add BARDA to it. We can simply do BARDA as its own plat, 2 lots as we've proposed, and then file a common PUD plan separate that includes all of Roaring Fork Meadows and BARDA together. By doing that as a PUD plan, you still meet the 10-acre minimum combined when you figure in all the land together. You still meet all of the zoning requirements, but the plat itself does not have to be amended to add lots to it. So we proposed it as a plat amendment. Why? Because it's the simplest, cleanest, most easy way to follow and track in the future so that it's all on one plat. But if we're struggling over the language of this condition, getting in the way of doing that, then we don't need to do a major plat amendment. We'll just file it as one PUD plat, 2 plats. Finally, common parcel 2. Yes, we did state we're willing to work on restrictions for how much square footage. We didn't propose anything. We honestly just didn't get to it. But we were fine with some sort of square footage cap on the recreational buildings. We were even fine with the suggestion at the site visit that perhaps instead of being located up on this bench right next to the Long's residence, that where the road comes down, there's a spot right back in there that we can say move the envelope to. We're fine with doing these things. If we do move it down, then we might want to do that with some acceptance of PUD variations at wherever the envelope is. You can develop whatever the setbacks effect might be on it. The point is, we're coming in here today trying to, in a spirit of cooperation, trying to make it all work, trying to respond in a way that reacts to what we've heard, not argues about it, or not trying to counterpoint things. We're trying to make this all work out. It's our belief that these total land area we have here of some, what is it, 76 acres plus land area, not lot area, total gross square footage, that these 76 plus acres of land can easily accommodate a density of 7 residences, that we're not exceeding the carrying capacity of the property, the land. We're not going to become incompatible with surrounding development patterns by doing what we're proposing, but that we're trying to just be sensitive now. Okay, we just want to shrink the envelopes to make it fit so there's no discrepancies there, so that we can provide greater setbacks and buffering from neighbors, so that we can preserve agricultural land as agricultural land. And if that means adjusting things on common parcel 2 to make people more comfortable with it, we're okay with doing that. That's where we're coming from. We just want to make it all work and make sure the board is comfortable with what we're doing.
Let me ask you, Mitch, would you be comfortable with eliminating any kind of recreational fishing structure on that property totally?
I have to ask Scott. I haven't asked that question.
Well, I'd have to ask the owner. That has not been brought up.
Well, I'll propose it as a question.
I think, one thing we have talked about, myself with the owner, is the practicality of a shelter if you're fishing and it's raining, to have a place to get into, because the houses are pretty far away from where the fishing access is. And George, I think that was your idea to go down where there is a bench out of the floodplain that's out of the setback.
Really out of sight from...
Yeah. But we can talk about, I think, modification, or as Jack is asking, certainly size and use limitation, we're certainly open to, but I know that from a practical use standpoint, to have a shelter down there would be a good thing.
I mean, my experience as a fisherman is that you get wet in the act of fishing, so a shelter is sort of...
If you're the fisherman, yes, but if you have a wife and kids, come and have lunch with you down by the river, no.
That's a proposed question. I think we're going to need specifics on.
Well, what would be the timing of that, I guess, because we're open to talking.
Okay, so you don't have them now, so I suggest that at a subsequent hearing you have them.
Right, and to the extent anyone if you would like to give us direction on what you think would be reasonable, then that would help us as well when we come on.
I've told you what I would think would be reasonable. So. Any further points that you wish to make, Mitch?
No, I think hopefully I covered it all.
Okay. Any questions from Mitch?
I have one other thing for you to consider, and I brought this up at last meeting. Even though you went through GMQS, which allows you to build out to 8250, Mitch, you even said that hadn't really, it really wasn't necessary. You just sort of took advantage of that. You would have been happy at 5750. And my concern then, and still is now, that 8250 really is not compatible in terms of that neighborhood, in terms of size. And it will add more impacts to that neighborhood than off of that road with traffic and just service needs. So I guess my question is, would you consider just dropping that down to 5750 and lowering that footprint?
For both of the two lots on the BARDA?
There was no, there was just the one house that was allowed.
One is 57.
Yeah, one's already 2,500 was subsurface, but that's still a huge footprint. It still is not compatible to that neighborhood that's that large size of a home.
I can't say yes, we will, but I will certainly talk with Scott and our client and try to convince him that he should be willing to do that. I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal, but I can't say for certain.
That's fine.
Any other questions, Jack?
Well, I'd like to clarify with staff on the amount of acreage relative to the lot area. Your memo says 70.395, and Mitch has represented that it's more like 70.66, you know, two-thirds of an acre.
I don't know where the difference was.
So there's a flip-flop here. It's still, you know, due to the calculation is over the 70, but for the record, we probably should qualify that.
What I did was just take the lot area that we proposed, that we submitted for Suzanne and Joanna Schaffner to review, take the reductions there, and instead of the initial below high water line, put in the number from Jonathan Losky, the slightly higher one, and just use that number instead and deduct it from the total.
Yeah, this
acreage,
number
and I
may have
came up
been a
with
carryover.
1.477.
This may have been a carryover from one of the prior calculations, but we can verify that.
Yeah, just verify. I certainly would support George's question to be asked of the owners relative to square footage. That would help me a lot. I don't have a feel. I like the concept of what Michael proposed, but I can also agree that some sort of structure might be relevant there. So, you know, we ought to follow at least that question to see what does it mean, where's the applicant, you know, the owner at. I still feel that there is some significance, without putting a weighted factor on it, relative to what was said about no further subdivision. Mitch makes a reasonable argument, but it's really hard to go back, and, you know, it's subjective. You know, that's really what it is. So when we weigh this, basically for me, there are a lot of things in play, and at the end, you know, it comes out of the grinder, and I have no idea where I'm at the final point here, but I've shared my concerns, and though Mitch and I disagree maybe as to what that definition of high water is, it was instructive to hear what our previous practice, because Suzanne didn't contradict you relative to that definition and Jonathan's methodology, you know, so I heard it. We'll leave it at that.
And like, if I didn't say so, I didn't mean to.
No, we're good. We're good, Mitch. I respect what you do and understand what you do. So please, and me with my little, hey, let's check who, we still have discretion here. Facts can also be very discretionary.
Mitch, do you have any further presentation now?
No, unless Scott wanted to add to it, if that's okay, but I don't know if he did. But
it was off permission, and I probably granted.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah, good. So it is a public hearing, and so I think at this time we'll take public comment. George?
On that point, I know that we had some lengthy public comments at the last time, so I would ask that we don't reiterate those same comments and go over that same information we've already heard.
Yeah.
Because that's in the record.
Yeah, I agree. And so I will ask for public comments and will implore the people who comment to keep their comments succinct and brief and to the point and non-repetitious. So are there members of the public who wish to make public comments at this time? I see their hand not quite totally raised. Okay. Please identify yourself for the record.
Okay. My name is Jennifer Long, and I'm sorry that I've had a nosebleed since about 10 o'clock this morning.
I know it's doing fine.
Okay, and I'm a neighbor. I've got a lot of stuff that I've written, and I don't know that you all got a chance to read all of it, but starting with the high water line, I do have a disagreement on what the code definition means. An average recurrence interval of 10 years means something that recurs once every 10 years. And the high water line that I marked, which I had all flagged out, I'm sorry you guys didn't get to see that. I guess they were, kids, grandkids pulled up the flags right after that last meeting. But what I marked was, it did include that pond area that Mitch was showing you on its map there. And I really don't know what the deal is with that. I know it's not there all year round, it's seasonal. So I do know that the high water of the river came over the ditch area. I mean, it wasn't going through the culvert, it was going over. So, I mean, I'll leave that to you to decide if that should be included. And also, I had a lot of data in there about previous high water marks. And although we've had this huge snowpack this year, the high water mark of the river was actually higher in 2 of the previous 3 years. 2008, 2010, the high water got to a higher level than it did this year, just because of the way runoff occurred. It was slow and high, but not super high this year. So as far as historical data goes, the stream gauge that I was using, I think it only came online in 2007. And so in 2008 and 2010, it was higher than it was this year, for what that's worth to you all. And then I had a bunch of photos in there, which I hope you got to see that would...
We received your packet as part of our packets.
Okay. And as far as the change from aquatic to terrestrial, the high water doesn't last a long time. It's been over with, I mean, it's a couple hours, really, and it starts to go down. So I don't know that that's enough to change the vegetation at all, really, from aquatic to terrestrial, but it is a high water line, and I don't know, there's no definition of how extended a high water line has to be time-wise. So that's all I have to say on high water. On the no further subdivision, somebody was saying, I don't know if it was Suzanne, if it's going to be further subdivided in the future, the original agricultural lot split says something about if it's going to be subdivided in the future, it has to go through a full subdivision review. And I believe that was only referring to Lot 2, which is the main part of the ranch. Lots 1 and 3, it just said no further subdivision, period. It didn't say anything about if it's to be further subdivided, it has to go through a full subdivision review. And as the border parcel is going through a subdivision, it's supposed to be independent subdivision review, as an AR-10 lot, it can't be an independent review, as denoted. It only works in conjunction with being pulled into the PUD. And I think Mitch said something about they're entitled to amend this condition about no subdivision. They're entitled to ask to amend it, which I have no problem with. They are entitled to ask, but my point was just that it is at your discretion whether or not you decide to amend this, and I don't think that there's a good reason to do it. I think the board said what they meant to say, and when parcel 1 was subdivided. That was where the open space and trails cut 1 acre out of that lot, 3-acre lot. There was a really good reason to do that. I mean, it was an obvious widespread public benefit to have trailhead parking for open space and trails on the Rio Grande Trail. There's just really no good reason to subdivide the barter parcel. It just mentions some benefits that are part of the application, but they really have nothing to do with splitting the lot. Those are perks that they're offering, but it's got nothing to do with actually splitting the lot. Lot 1, splitting it was a benefit because it gave space to open space and trails. Let's see. As far as irrigated lands go, I think I had a little problem with the numbers Mitch just presented. He, first of all, had 8.75 acres of irrigated land, and that was including the ditch area. Mitch took out the ditch area. He had 8.3 acres of irrigated land, and times 95% came out with 7.9 acres that needs to be preserved, which left him with 2.1 acres of lot area, of building activity envelope. That adds up to 10 acres. So, I don't know, let's just put it this way. If you start with 8.3 acres of irrigated land, you can take out 0.41 acres. That's it. So somehow he's gotten to taking out a 1-acre lot there. And I think it has to do with counting it, not counting the ditch and the little triangle tree area in the original lot area, the calculation of irrigated lands, and then putting it back in. Either way, he's taken out more than 0.4 acres of the 8.3 that he's got there for irrigated land. And then there was in the packet, I don't know if you got the email, I was asking for clarification from the surveyor about how large the existing activity envelopes were on the barter parcel there, and when I measured them, I came out with 1.6 acres for the previous activity envelope for lot 6, and the surveyor had said 1.292, and that was because we were actually working off of different drawings, and we were both right on our drawings. So I would just ask that if this does get approved, that somebody check the final area of the lots at approval, because I think that also happened, like Mitch was saying, the 0.95% preservation on the original application was, they started out saying that they were preserving 95%, which was only consuming 2 acres out of the original 40. And somehow, when that one parcel, lot 5, moved, I think Mitch calculated that they now consume 5 acres. So the lots got, the building envelopes got bigger at some point. And I would just ask that you kind of verify that at the final end of all of this. And I understand how we went from 95% to less than 95% on the original PUD. No problem with that. There was a good reason to move that lot 5. It wasn't my instigation for the most part. On that, sorry, I did have one more thing on the, that Mitch brought up on this high water level. He quoted the Army Corps of Engineer definitions of high water, and the one also on that list is the aquatic to terrestrial vegetation, but also on that list is direct observation, and that was the method that I used. And it doesn't really get any simpler than direct observation. You know, you just mark what you see, and it's not hard. And it's as equally credible as any other method on the list. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this point? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. I'm Joanne Sari from Sanderson Subdivision. I'm completely on the other side of all this calculation of figures and everything. My main concern is still the water and protecting our well. And as I've been reading on the internet, there are no new water sources to find on this planet, and population is predicted to increase 40 to 50% in the next 50 years, and water doesn't increase with it. So why can't we be one of the ones to start a new trend and not allowing developers to go full speed ahead with their projects and help save the planet, especially if they are large second homes. Groundwater is a source of drinking water for half the population and nearly all rural population. And I had a note from Mrs. Samuelson, who developed our subdivision, via my daughter, who saw her over the Christmas holidays. She said to be careful about getting more than a few homes on the old Barta Ranch, as it could jeopardize your water well by over-pumping out the groundwater, which is only a stream, which we will all be using. And a quote from the USGS, "Without water, the life we very well know could end." And another thing, I have a question, is if someone wanted to put the entire 8,250 square foot house above ground, could they get that change on the lot 7 or 6? And also, I was reading in the past PUDs that TDRs were needed to increase the square footage from the 5,000 plus up to 8,250. And I'm just wondering, are those TDRs still required? And this, I'm kind of hesitant in saying this, but Mitch has a way of throwing out figures that aren't consistent. I've seen the acreage from 73 to 75 acres in the PUD, and now today he mentions 76 acres. And I feel that you need to be consistent and use the same numbers all the time. And I was taught to be accurate in putting figures out, and I find this disturbing in this process. And another thing is, our Samuelson subdivision is only 8.67 acres per deed and confirmed by Mrs. Samuelson. Mitch was comparing it to, say, 10 acres, compare the density for the Barta parcel.
Okay.
And I just feel that we need to keep the figures accurate. And just, as I said, it disturbs me that they keep changing. I think that's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make comments at this time? Yes, sir.
I'm Greg Long, and I live in the Samuelson subdivision. I'm also do engineering work, and I worked in the valley for about 40 years. And I believe that our water source that we have here is mainly due to the shell up, which is somewhere like 30 feet or so. I have not particular knowledge of this exact area here, but I think that that's where most of our water is coming, and it takes 3 and 5 years or so of flood irrigation to go and saturate the soil. Then it goes and moves downhill, which is where we get our well and our water from. And it's my belief that with going with a different type of a watering system, which is a lot more efficient, that groundwater source will evaporate in 4 or 5 years or so, to where that will become more difficult for us to be able to receive the quantity of water to be able to support the number of houses that we have where we are. And from that standpoint, I think there should be some thought put into water preservation, not only for up above there, but also for the residents that live downstream from them, which we basically are. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make a comment at this time? Seeing none, we'll close the public comment portion of the hearing, and I'll ask the commissioners what they would like to do at this point. Rachel?
This is a complex application, and I believe it would be valuable to get as many of the details correct in our resolution as possible, so I would suggest continuing the first reading again, my suggestion. And then I would have some comments as to what I'd like to see clarified. I think there are some things we could probably kind of get off the table. And so for me, those items are to define / limit the size of the recreational amenity on Common Parcel 2. Eliminating it entirely, as Michael suggested, is a possibility for me, but also, if it's something that's defined reasonably, I'm open to looking at it. I think that these homes are going to be of enough size that they can store their rafting equipment at home. Some sort of rain shelter may make sense in a picnic table, things like that. But I'm not real inclined to want to create something that's a meet me at the fishing shed and people hanging out at the fishing shed and a little cold fridge and electrification. I mean, I really think we need to define that more clearly. I would support George's suggestion of the smaller house size on the first Bartle approval, which is the existing approval. And it is my understanding, to answer your question, because that's from a different approval under the older code, there is no TDR required for that 8,200. If it was a new lot and the new code, it might be, but that's my understanding at least. I personally would rather see the PUD process than the major plat amendment. I'm glad you offered an alternative there, Mitch, because that really was going to be a hang-up for me about how that two-step happened, and you get the same result at the end of the day. So that is not something I wanted to set a negative precedent on. But if there's another process that's the PUD amendment versus a major plat amendment, I prefer that. As we've already talked about, I'd like to see the total land preservation percentages of the total newly proposed 76 acres. We have a great deal of interest in irrigated ag, appropriately so. We also have a great deal of interest in other land preservations, and so I'd like to see what we get at. Although this is something our staff is going to have to investigate further, it seems that these channels that were built by a previous owner, Morrow, to do some experimenting with creating trout channels or whatever, should be refilled. I mean, that seems like that's an unpermitted diversion from the Roaring Fork. It's not a long-term diversion, but it's still, I'd like some investigation as to what really should happen there by our staff to take a look at that, or environmental health. I think it's a natural that Suzanne is going to fully review the numbers and the alternate proposal that had just been submitted today by Mitch in terms of how to get to the 95% irrigated acreage. And so I expect that, and we all do. And so then we can have a recommendation that yes, it's enough, or no, it needs to be more, or whatever. I guess the final thing I have on my list here is it's an interesting dynamic that we all are dependent on our neighbors for one thing or another at various times. It may be very true that the irrigation of these ranch and farmlands have traditionally assisted the wells of the Samuelson development. It may also be, groundwater from, all that area up above as it melts in. But, previously, the previous owners could have well sold their water rights right off the land if they hadn't found some value to creating a new subdivision out of their land and keeping the water on it. So, as I say, we try to work things out as best as we can between neighbors for an outcome. And I am, a little concerned about the better, more efficient irrigation. Obviously, we want to use our water better, but at the same time, we don't, it's hard to have a mechanism to, quote, return water to the stream, as you said, Mitch, without losing your senior water right from the ag land. And so I don't want to just, have a, unfortunately, this Colorado's water law is the use it or lose it. So unless you were able to show a reduction and then put it into the Roaring Fork, into a water trust, or do something like that, it may kind of come for naught because someone else is just going to pull that water out with a junior filing. So, that whole concept that you introduced needs to be a little better fleshed out so we understand what you're talking about. And, it's interesting in the Arkansas Valley, they have a stipulation with our neighboring state on deliveries from Arkansas Water to say there shall be no efficiencies created in irrigation agricultural practices because they are so dependent on the return flows. So, let's make sure we maintain that appropriate balance there and go forward. That was my comment.
Thank you, Rachel. Are there any other commissioner comments at this time? Jack?
Yeah, Suzanne, as this evolves, if in fact it gets, continuation today, but if, this first reading and approval and evolves, on Exhibit 6 from the DOW, it says based on the final application, so, I'm looking in the future, and site plan to the county and referral, the division will submit final comments, so I'd like to get DOW or Division of Parks and Wildlife final comments relative to this, and in conjunction with them ask the question about dogs, because Mitch has, for example, represented that from new parcel 7 building envelope is about 300 feet to the neighbor. I'm wondering what the distance is from new parcel 7 to the toe of the slope, which then, they have articulated as where the habitat is. So, are dogs an issue here? And that's for us to maybe ask the question, but do not have an opinion as to what the final outcome of their opinion would be. It's consistent, obviously, with everything we've done for decades here about let's ask the right questions and get the answers and move on. I would again repeat the things that Rachel and George has referred to about caps on square footage or reductions of square footage. That could be a significant factor in my being able to move forward with this, and in fact would very much appreciate that feedback from the owner.
Is that it, Jack?
Yes, thank you, Mike.
George or Rob?
Nothing, all my concerns and comments have been covered.
I'm going to kind of give a little direction with the rec shelter or structure. I would probably come back to us with what is the smallest acceptable by the applicant as a guideline for you guys to present to us what you're willing to bring it down to. I like the idea of going to the owners and seeing whether or not they'll restrict that house size to 5,750. And this is reiterating, but I really want to make sure that we're clear because my numbers still don't totally add up on this 95% in terms of the envelope area. What you've excluded from your first map, you kind of added back in the second map with the ditch area not, being part of the agricultural area now, but it's not in the first map because you've just eliminated the 2 activity envelopes. So I'd like to really see how that map adds up and what areas are excluded and not excluded in that. Regarding the high water mark, given the fact that we don't have 10 years of strong data to exactly what that is, I see no other way to do it than what Jonathan's explanation of that high water mark is, and that's the way the code reads. And there wasn't anything else that I disagreed with that was already brought up, but those are additional comments.
Okay. Yes, Rachel?
Thank you, Michael. Just because I realized I forgot to weigh in on the high water comment. After listening to everyone's presentation and comments, I ultimately am going to accept our staff's recommendation for the definition of the high water mark. Enough said. There's a lot of reasons behind that, and I think we need to find a standard that we continue to maintain with future applicants and things like that. I do think it's something that varies, and well, not the high water mark, but the high water can exceed the high water mark of a 10-year average. This is the best way I can put it. And the second is just to kind of comment, to the extent that after these calculations are made about the 95% acreage, if there is further reduction needed in a lot activity envelope to accomplish the standard, I would strongly suggest that it kind of comes solely off the new lot, which is most impactful, as opposed to the original activity envelope of the bar to parcel. And maybe by even working, even if you're within those numbers now, to try to reduce that one further, you're going to go a long distance towards working with the neighborhood. Thank you, Michael.
Jack?
Yeah, continue to think about this high water issue. I would like to request us at some time in the near future to touch base on this, because I believe that the code standard that we have put in the 2006 code is not realistic. 10 years of an average, there's just not a lot of data, and this application shows us. So my comment is not relative to this application, but I having heard that, for example, the Division of Water Resources website only started in '07. Well, we're not going to have any chance down the road, maybe to other parcels, to get information, whatever. So at least let's have that discussion and direct staff appropriately. The second thing is, I'd like to request, even though typically we might certainly submit these for the record, until we get a little further down the road, I'd like to ask Lindy if it's okay if staff keeps these and then we submit them later.
Well, they're in the packet, but I'd like to make the color ones on the
Yes.
paper.
So could we have you hold them until?
Yeah, just give them to Lindy, and she can make.
You can have them. Because I think they're, even though they're not professional at all, I mean, they're pathetic, actually. Well, I have the color for the record. That shot on there is my knee in that deep water, so we ought to be in color. A little humor.
So, it seems to me that this, it looks like we're going to continue this first reading. But I think what this hinges on is precision of the calculation. It hinges on tying down the methodology for the high watermark calculations, and that's why I asked that Johnson and Lowski be present at some point here, because we're relying on expert testimony, and without the expert here, we're not getting that testimony. And then the size of the various structures, houses, and accessory structures. So those are important points that need to be clarified in the continuation of this hearing. Is there a motion for continuing?
I'd like to make that motion. Staff is at a date certain. Should we arrive at, or is it possible?
We do need a date certain because of the noticing. I don't know if 2 weeks is. We basically have a week to pull together information to get it out in the packet for the 25th. Or the next meeting after that.
Well, we'll have to ask the owner too.
Is the 8th.
Can I weigh in on this, or would that be out of line?
Are you weighing in on the
qualification to try to expedite us presenting to you specifically? I think the one area is the fishing cabin or shelter. George had mentioned moving it. I think that we could support that. It's closer to the river. Is that direction? Can I guess I'm looking for more specific feedback from each commissioner so I can go to the owner once.
Well, I think the general, you're going to have to ask the owner a number of questions, and you're going to have to come back and tell us what his feedback is. I'm not going to give you 5 different opinions here. You've heard them already, Scott.
I've heard most of them, but I didn't hear about location change.
Well,
some of it was just eliminated altogether, so that no location. But to the extent it's limit the
There's
size.
only the one area.
The question is the where. But
Can we get a straw vote on who wants to move it? Who wants to?
We're not,
I mean, this is a.
here's the
What
deal,
do you
we're not
want?
going to get a straw vote on it. Right? You're going to have to go to your client, whoever he is, and he can watch this hearing, and you're going to have to ask him what he's willing to do. But the trend is small and lower down.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear.
That's the trend. And there's probably something to the near end of that trend, so.
lower down
So-
and keep it 100 feet from the high water line as mapped by Jonathan.
So let's leave it at that.
Well, that's enough. That helps.
Okay. And
Thank you. Clarification, Michael, your direction might be appropriate, but if in fact the property owner says, I'd still like to have something and the consideration is lower down, let's have Jonathan weigh in as to that location. You know, ask Jonathan that piece, or be ready to let us know when he shows up. And that way, you know, we feel more comfortable about how close it is to repairing there. We do have setbacks and all that stuff, so.
Right. We want this to be the best application that it can be. So there's a motion to continue from Jack.
Yeah,
and we were looking for a date certain, and I think we can go to the 25th, and we can continue it at that point. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second. I want it to be known that I'm not going to be here at the meeting of the 25th, but it is this continued first reading. It's not the second or final. So if that weighed into your decisions of your dates.
Is there any further discussion on that continuation motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Patience, you guys have spent a lot of time on this.
You're telling me. It was 2:45. What is our, we don't have time. We're going to take a 10-minute break, is that okay? 10-minute break, we'll be back here at approximately 5:03.
As long as you get coffee.
It's about almost 3 o'clock, and we're at the tail end of our hearing on Wednesday, the 11th, the BOCC regular meeting, and we're now at the section of the agenda, Flying Dog Ranch West, designation to historic register and historic incentives, GMQS exemption for change in use, special review amendment. Suzanne, you want to stop?
Yes, and actually, if we could start with the lights down, and I'll point at the maps, and then we can bring it back up. Just orient. Okay. So I have to do this over here. Turned upside down. So here's Highway 133, Carbondale on the upper end, Redstone heading down, and then here's Prince Creek Road. So if you've driven in over here, coming down, and it makes on the big curve of Prince Creek Road, if you're familiar, that's where the big barn sits. And that barn is the event facility that was approved out at the Flying Dog Ranch. And so this is the overview just to show you, this all is the Flying Dog property, this whole parcel. You can see the adjacent subdivision, Stark Mesa, and Prince Creek continues up. This one brings you in a little bit closer to show you the actual buildings that we're discussing. Sorry, I think it's kind of washed out at the top there. But so here's the big barn we just mentioned. The north cabin is right here, so this is the historic cabin that's proposed to be designated to the register. As you come in on their road down here, here's the main house, the historic barn that is proposed to be included on the inventory, and then here's the other, what's referred to as the south cabin. This is the new building that was built in 2007. So currently the north cabin and the south cabin are both used as guest ranch cabins and are rented out as tourist accommodations. And the main house is the primary residence on the property. I think that's it, unless anybody has any questions on locating anything.
There's another historic barn that's requested in the inventory.
Can you point out the location and that one?
Just north of the south cabin on the same side of the driveway.
In here,
right,
so between the south cabin and the barn?
Right there. You're right on the corner of the barn.
Okay.
Where your finger is?
No,
just
right
the other
there.
side
You
of the
got
road.
it. That's it.
So, yeah, on the same side of that road that's coming through between the cabin and the barn. Okay.
Can we turn the lights back?
Yeah, that's all I needed to clarify. Okay. Okay, so as I said, the request is to designate the north cabin to the historic register. It requested a growth management exemption to change the use of the two guest ranch cabins to residential use, to amend their prior county approval to eliminate the approval for the two guest ranch cabins, and for the designation to the historic register. The incentives requested are an additional 2,500 square feet of floor area to expand what will be the 3 residences on the property, and permission to have 3 principal dwelling units on one property. I can explain that more as we go through. A little bit on the background, since it does go back away. Maybe some of you weren't here back in '99, but I was. Richard and Lydia and I have spent some quality time together. But they've gotten special review approval in the past for the reception hall and meeting facility in the barn, approval for the 2 guest ranch cabins, and also for an arts and crafts studio that's occupied by a blacksmith, if I'm correct? Yes. So there were several approvals related to that. There was an initial trial period and then an extension, and as everybody in the neighborhood got more comfortable with the use out there, the last time a 10-year extension was granted for those special review approvals. They then came in. At that time, when they got the approval for the 2 guest ranch cabins, only one of those existed, and that was the historic cabin. And so they had approval to either convert or construct a building out there for the 2nd guest ranch cabin. That's what they did in 2007. They came through our site plan review process for approval for that, and then built that second guest ranch cabin. And just to note, the property is encumbered with a conservation easement that's held by Aspen Valley Land Trust. And I did note in the memo, but just to also note on the record that I did talk to Martha Cochran with ABLT, and she confirmed that the conservation easement allows for 3 residences within what's referred to as the headquarters parcel, which is essentially the area around all of these existing buildings. They didn't differentiate between residence and guest ranch cabin. Basically, the easement allows for 3 residences. So first, for the designation to the historic register, the north cabin was erected on or about 1888. It has been improved and expanded over time, which included additional living area, a covered porch at the back, and a deck at the rear. There's some extensive historical documentation on the property in the application that was actually prepared by Richard, as I understand. So that information was submitted to Susanna Reed for her to review. And she's responded in her memo in the packet to the various code criteria for designation to the historic register. And without going through all of those individually, she basically states the cabin, though altered, is still recognizable as a product of its time and remains in its original ranching context. She supports the designation and notes that if it is improved or altered in the future, that there could be an effort made at that time to reverse some of the inappropriate alterations. He said some of the alterations date back to what we would consider historical time anyway, so some are part of that, I think what Michael always refers to as the story over time of the cabin, but some are more recent and more seen as more inappropriate. So she's not saying that we should require those changes at this time, but that if anything is undertaken in the future, that should be looked at as a way to bring it back to its more historical character. She also noted that there are several outbuildings, other buildings on the property that relate to the ranching context. There's a log structure, or sort of remnants of a log structure, a wood frame barn, and the main house. The main house is presumed to be historic, or a portion of it, but it's been significantly altered and added onto over time, and the historic character is obscured at this time. She'd suggested that these structures be added to the historic inventory. Technically, they are on the historic inventory from that 1999 approval, but it was a little different at the time. We didn't actually specify what the historic resources were, and we didn't have anything similar to the covenant that we now require that addresses, what can happen with these, what can't happen with these, etc. So I think it's worthwhile to add those at this time to the inventory and include those as part of that covenant that we now require. The difference between under the covenant in terms of how it treats something designated to the register and something listed on the inventory is that if it's on the register, it's required to comply with our historic handbook. So all of the standards in there and guidelines that's required to comply with it. If you're on the inventory, you're not required to. That's part of the voluntary nature of our historic program. But essentially the way Susanna says is if they're looking to a future designation to the register, which often the inventory is seen as a step towards going on the register, that you would want to comply with the handbook because that will keep you consistent and keep the character consistent with what we're looking for the historic resource. At this point, she said, the house wouldn't be eligible for a designation to the register. We don't have enough information, and you can't really see enough of the resource. So for that to go onto the register would, be a significant undertaking of restoration and looking back for what was the original piece of it. So I think putting it on the inventory at least acknowledges that there is some historic resource there, but there would have to be more work to even consider putting that on the register. The incentives requested, obviously you're familiar, I think, with the menu of incentives that are provided in the code. The incentives requested are an additional 2,500 square feet of floor area so that those three, the main residence, the historic, the north cabin and the south cabin, could be expanded. So 2,500 square feet total to be divided up amongst those three buildings of additional floor area.
What is the base floor area?
Approximately...
For all three,
right.
2,400, roughly 3,000, and 1,300.
It's on the second page, Rachel, under background existing condition, the second paragraph.
The cabin's actually smaller than it says in that information.
Maybe 7,000-ish
Okay.
for those three.
6,700 feet approximately.
So that additional floor area would be allowed total to be divided up amongst the three. They've also requested permission to have 3 principal dwelling units on the property. And just a little background on that, there's a provision in the code that states only one principal residential use, either by right or by special review, is permitted per lot or parcel, except as allowed by, without quoting code sections, CDPUD, the CDPUD provision, the historic structures exemption, or the exemption for deed restricted units. So we allow additional residences on your property if one of them is deed restricted. I think you're familiar with the provision where we allow one, if your house is historic, you can build an additional dwelling unit. So that's essentially that there are 2 legally created structures on the property today, the cabin, the historic cabin, and the main residence. Both were built prior to the issuance of building permits and are then considered legally created. Approval was subsequently granted to convert that cabin from a residence to a guest cabin, but essentially it was still legally created as a dwelling unit. So the code allows the construction of an additional single-family dwelling exempt from growth management on a property designated to the register. In this case, they're not asking to build a new residence. They're basically asking to allow them to have 3 residences on one property. So taking this provision and saying rather than just having, we're actually, in this case, allowed 2 principal residential uses because they're both legally created prior to code, zoning, etc. This would allow, their historic incentive would allow that 3rd guest cabin to be converted to a residence and allow them to end up with 3 residences on the property. So that's the basis of the incentives that they're requesting. Floor area and this allowance to have 3 dwellings on the property. So the criteria to be granted these incentives discuss whether the design meets historic design guidelines. I don't think there are any issues here. Again, we're not adding a new residence at this time. There may be additions to structures, in which case they will be reviewed for consistency with the historic handbook. The next criteria is whether benefits provided are proportional to the significance of the historic resource. Suzanne Reed did comment that the historic cabin is located directly on Prince Creek Road and is highly visible to the public. As I said, it's right just south of the barn there, right on that big turn. She also notes that it's significant that this cabin has remained in use and been well cared for over time, while other similar resources throughout the county have been abandoned and left to deteriorate over time. So we're not talking about the need for a big restoration project to bring this resource back. It's already in good shape and has been cared for over time. Staff agrees that the benefits requested are proportional to the significance of the resource. There is obviously some history behind a ranching property having more than one residence to accommodate ranch hands or family members or whatever it may be. In this case, it sounds like Richard and Lydia actually plan to move into the north cabin, and their 2 daughters and families are hoping to live in the 2 other residences on the property. They can probably speak more to that, but I think they're pretty pleased to have found that their families want to stay here, and they have ranching people who want to continue to ranch. So they're looking for a way to keep the whole family on the ranch. I think that's it for sort of talking about the various historic information. Again, the change in use, the criteria in the code are addressed in my memo. I don't think there's anything specific to talk about there. Essentially, I think bringing it back to residential use from tourist accommodations, the guest ranch, the guest cabin use, I don't think was ever a real issue for the neighbors in this case, but I think having them as residential residences is more compatible with the neighborhood rather than a tourist accommodations type use. The code does talk to mitigation of employees. In this case, we're going to a use that probably does generate some employees versus residential use, which in this case would not. These are all small residences that wouldn't even generate a housing impact fee for our requirements today. And I don't think any of those other criteria are important to note at this point. So staff recommends approval of the designation and the incentives and the change in use and the amendment to that prior resolution. Again, the amendment to the resolution is just eliminating the guest ranch cabin use, such that that's no longer part of the special review approval. That's it.
Thank you, Suzanne. Are there any questions for Suzanne? George?
A couple, to clarify, as I was just pointing out to Rachel, where the sizes of these structures are. Under the second paragraph, it says the headquarters parcel, and it has 2 guest cabins, one historic containing approximately 1,470 square feet, and then the other contains around 2318 square feet. But then if I go down under staff comments, under the first paragraph, it has the historic north cabin.
The original portion
contains about 832 square feet.
The original portion of the historic cabin contained 832,
okay.
And then there have been additions.
Okay, so that's one question. The other is the 2,500 square feet as an incentive is being proposed to be split out amongst all of these 3 different structures. And I know Suzanne Reed has certain guidelines, but it's at what point do you start altering and adding on to a historic structure that no longer retains the qualifications to remain on the historic register?
I think it's very dependent, and I think the handbook addresses that in a fair amount of detail. It's all in how you do it and how you design it. I know other ones where it's actually an addition may not be added directly onto the cabin, but may have some sort of be detached slightly off the back. Again, there's I think a lot of detail in the handbook that addresses that, and so it would really fall within the purview of the historic preservation officer to say, whether what they're proposing is appropriate or not, given the standards in the handbook. I guess we haven't proposed any sort of how that should be divided up. I mean, I guess you could also consider, only X amount of square footage is appropriate to be added on to the historic cabin, and the rest can be divided as you see. I mean, you could. I thought about that, and I was like, I don't know what's appropriate. So I didn't have enough to work on. But I do think that the handbook provides the framework to determine what's an appropriate addition or not.
So would that eventually come back to us then for those additions for final review?
Actually, it would really, at that point, only go through probably site plan review, which would be a staff level review, and obviously with the referral to Susanna.
One of my concerns, I guess, is because that cabin is so visible now, that if you would add on a substantial amount, you could really change the original character of the cabin, what we were trying to protect. And so relying just on the handbook without another set of eyes is just a concern.
I understand. I mean, I think definitely the intent behind the handbook is that, I mean, the handbook wouldn't allow you to add a big addition that was visible, added onto the front of the building that was equal to the mass of the existing historic cabin as seen from the road. Presumably it would direct anything to be off the back side of it. Again, I think some of that information's there, but I don't have it in front of you
One last question.
to reassure you.
I may have mentioned, I may have missed this, but because they're asking to change the classification from tourist to residential, are we also de-restricting those in terms of the usage of those 2 cabins?
There is no deed restriction proposed.
We are restricted under the ABLT overall conservation.
Richard, could you identify yourself?
No, I'm Richard McIntyre.
Thank you. It's just for our record.
Thank you. So right now we don't have any deed restrictions in terms of from our point of view.
No, and that's sort of part of this discussion about that 2 are legally created already as residences without any restriction on them, and that the third, by allowing a third not restricted residence, is essentially part of the incentive they're requesting for the designation,
All right,
as opposed to requesting a deed restriction.
Any other questions, Rachel?
Yeah, you know, it seems that by going from allowed guest cabin usage to residential, it's not deed restricted in the sense of affordable housing deed restriction, but it's deed restricted to what activities you can do in a residential structure. You know, I mean, it can no longer just be floating back and forth as a guest accommodation. But the question I have is a little bit, maybe two related into one question. In some of the other historic designations that we've seen, we've looked to the compound, the ranch compound, or the assemblage of pieces that make up the whole. And so it seems to me it's almost become the land area in between them. I mean, it's the structure, but it's also its relationship to other structures. And so are you saying this would be a compound or an assemblage of these pieces that will then go to the historic register?
What's proposed right now is that only the north cabin would be designated to the register. The others would be acknowledged on the inventory, and all of them would be covered under this covenant, which essentially is what would tie them together as all of the historic resources on the property and how those are addressed in the future.
Okay, but properties on the inventory can be demolished.
Correct.
Without, you know, any further review or anything like that. And you know, and I always look at these applications to future owners, not your current intent, and I don't mean anything disparaging by any means as I ask my questions. But it just, you know, I guess there'd be a little more comfort level if they were on the register as well, because the one thing we've talked about with our historic designation codes and the incentives is that there's only one bite of the apple. You know, and I don't want to create that situation where, you know, first you get some incentives for these two pieces of the farm compound and the total pieces. And then, you know, 5 years from now we come in for another incentive because don't you want to bump this one off the inventory to the actual register? You know, otherwise we might demolish it. So please give us more incentives. You know, we don't want to set ourselves up for that kind of keep going back to the well. And so I have a little concern about, you know, we're kind of looking at these incentives because these things will go to the register, but that's a somewhat meaningless list in my mind. There's no protection, excuse me, the inventory. There's no protection whatsoever for things that are just on the inventory. And if they were to be demolished, it would really detract from what you have put on the register and what you've given incentives for.
I think, I mean, I spoke a little bit with Susanna, who unfortunately couldn't join us today. I mean, I think the barn she could see clearly as, you know, as including that on the register. I think the other, the log structure, it is remnants. I mean, you know, again, and the house I think is more problematic for in that when you look at it, you don't see anything from the outside that looks historic to you. When you go inside, you can start to see where there was an original historic cabin that has been built around at this point. So I think, you know, I would say Susanna was probably more, wants to acknowledge in that case that there is something historic there, but not so much, you know. So anyway, I think she was sort of trying to go, if something's on the register, you know, then that the covenant does carry that weight about, well, if you're going to, you know, it's not going to let you demolish that. Is that appropriate with the main house where really at this point there's no external, you know, reference to the historicness of the building? So anyway, I mean, I think it sounded like, you know, she'd be happy to also include the barn on the register, but the covenant acknowledges, I think, the assemblage. Really
yeah, maybe that's more the point I'm getting to, is because at some point in time, with the house just being on the inventory, it could be demolished and it could be replaced. And will it be built in such a way that diminishes the appearance of the features that are on the register? You know, and how do we prevent that? How do we craft this to say that there is an interrelationship between these buildings, even though one's on the inventory, one's on the register? Acknowledgement of the benefit given, and you know, because I don't want the registered property would not have to redevelop as per any of the historic guidelines or review.
Registered would.
Excuse me, the inventory, I keep missing it, but the inventory property would not have to follow the historic guidelines.
I guess it would not, right, but I guess the one point to make is that the handbook does speak to if you are adding a totally new structure on a property with a historic resource. It actually does have guidelines for how you address, is it appropriate, does it properly acknowledge the historic resource?
And I know that, but those are just references. They're guidelines, they're not binding.
Well, I think given that if they were trying to add on to the main house or do other things, again, in that case, I think the guidelines, they could take or leave some of them. But I think the covenant would be clear enough that if you do have the registered property, there is some reference there to the non-historic buildings. So
let me suggest, Rachel, that if in the event that the main house that contains this nugget of historic structure is to be demolished, that original historic structure within that structure be preserved in some fashion.
I mean, that would be a potential, or that there is an acknowledgement of, that may be going further, but I want to guess I understand fully what is the redevelopment potential of the main house. And that's something, because again, I'm not talking about the current owners and your current intent, but could it be a TDR receiving site? Could the old house, the main house, go up to 5750? We have the square footages of what these houses are now, but it's these sort of things. I want to kind of have that full 360 look at what we're creating the potential for. Thank you.
Any other questions for Suzanne? Jack?
I have several questions relative to square footage, but I have actually, at this point for me, an important threshold question, and it has to do with 3 primary residences on this parcel. Now, when I became a commissioner, we had, and since we've only had a few instances where we've dealt with the issue of more than one primary structure, on a parcel, to my knowledge. And I'm wondering, well, okay, I understand the history, and we have a historic cabin, and we had a tourist cabin, and of course the main residence. But I'm wondering, doesn't this start to set a bad precedent that here we are, the code says no, but there are exceptions, and of course code is code, there's always exceptions. And I just wonder if this is the appropriate way to approach this. And in fact, if there is another way, could we deed restrict? Could we do something to not have these considered primary structures?
I think the code does provide where it says no more than one principal, does provide the exception for historic. So and we've seen that many times where somebody has the historic resource and builds the new house.
Usually there was affordable housing or something as one of the units, my impression.
In that case, it was always
not for our historic incentive.
Right.
The historic incentive, we're probably a dozen, maybe 15 around the county where we have allowed a second home when there's an historic home, and it has been without deed restriction. And we sort of carried that forward with the 2006 code, and it's not required.
Yeah, I'm just uncomfortable of what this all means and the permanency, and can they tear down, for example, and I'm not saying for future, I'm not even talking about current or future, just kind of theoretically, can they tear down the tourist cabin and then rebuild it larger? I mean, this does say 2,500 feet, but there's no discussion about what that means. You know, where, how much, which home, for example.
Right.
And this is being talked about and presented and reinforced by Susanna. Well, okay, it's a ranch compound, and it's got the context of both history and, you know, an actual ranch. But what ranch from a historic perspective has a 3,000 square foot home? Few from the old days, you know, the really old days, which the original cabin goes back to being pretty old. It's a great history, of course, compliments to the applicant on that, but I just don't know how to approach this primary residence thing, and so I have to ask the question.
Yes.
Well, let's wait until you guys do your presentation, and that way. But that question has been posed. So you don't need to answer it right away.
Okay, and may I just then ask my square footage question?
Sure.
Okay. Moving on to that one, then we get a little more practical as to what's before us. And, okay, so, and I've already mentioned at least a concern in the historic context of having a 3,000 square foot building. That exists, but since there's no feedback here or demonstration as to where square footage could go, that home could really get out of context if it was at, say, 1,000 feet, a 4,000 square foot home. And then when I look at the historic cabin, which started out at 888 or something, 833, and then it has been now expanded to I'm going to say approximately 1,470. Well, what does it mean? Even with Susanna and, you know, the guidelines that we've approved, again, I'll ask the question that George asked. When does it become, even if you try to duplicate or replicate a historic structure or addition, when does it really not a historic structure? You know, when does it not qualify? Because this historic thing is, to a degree, it's factual by history, but then it becomes subjective as to all the remodeling additions that have occurred. And then there's the new proposed residence at 2,300 square feet. You know, so, and then we add another 1,000 square feet, you know, because I don't have any idea. So we're going to have to sift through and somewhat of an intention as to what's going to get how much bigger, and how does that change the character of a historic parcel. That's a concern. You know, even if we divided 3 into 2,500, it's 833 square feet addition on an average for each building, and that becomes, we've got some large buildings here. So, and I guess the question specific, Susanna, I will ask is, how was the 2,500 square foot arrived at? That's a request by an applicant, right? They say, well, for this incentive, I'd like this. So maybe we have to diminish that. I don't have any thought as to that going anywhere, but I need to find out where square footage is going, because that's really what this is about, other than historic incentive. Now, this is a wonderful old historic cabin, but we've had other instances where that haven't been maintained, and we've given incentives, and I'm feeling real uncomfortable about buildings that can go away in time that have designations, you know, or no timelines that you have to, you know, repair them so they will structurally remain, etc. So, no answers, just questions.
Any other commission questions for Suzanne? So at this point, we'll allow the applicant to make a presentation. Glenn, are you going to make the presentation, or is Richard going to make the presentation?
Well, my name is Glenn Horn, and I represent Richard and Lydia McIntyre. Lydia's right here. And I'm going to make a few comments, and then Richard's going to make a few comments, or vice versa. You want to go first, Richard?
Go ahead.
Okay. Just a few things. I'll try to respond to Rachel's question and Jack's question as I go through this. I just want to make a couple points. We've reviewed Suzanne's memo and the resolution and find everything to be acceptable. One of the points that I want to make is this is a working ranch in that the vast majority of it is operated as a working ranch. These buildings are all located on the headquarters parcel, which is right next to Prince Creek Road, but the vast majority of the site is simply an irrigated pasture that's worked as a ranch. This isn't a speculative request in any way. There's a full conservation easement over the ranch and the headquarters parcel. Further subdivision is precluded by the conservation easement, and that may be one way to get at part of your concern, Jack, in that these individual homes could never be encompassed with 35-acre tracts and subdivided. What you see is a ranch compound that has to stay as a ranch compound, and then I think the issue becomes, is it appropriate to be able to add 2,500 square feet, and how would that be used? The reason for this request is, I think Richard's going to talk about this a little more, is that the entire McIntyre family is going to live on this ranch. It's going to be a family compound, and Richard and Lydia have their kids, their daughters living there with their families, and these families are growing. So the idea of having the 2,500 square feet hasn't been completely thought out on how it's going to be used, but it would be allocated to the buildings on the headquarters parcel, and Richard can elaborate on that. We feel that that request is consistent with and in keeping with the Crystal River Master Plan, in that you're eliminating short-term accommodations use in the Prince Creek drainage, and there are some short-term accommodation uses along the Crystal River on Highway 133, and those locations are probably more appropriate for guest accommodations than in the Prince Creek Valley. So this request kind of returns the property to a use which is more consistent with the valley. And as far as what would happen in the future, we can write the historic covenant on the north cabin. When we write that, we can reference the ranch compound and how the uses in the headquarters parcel need to be reviewed for consistency with the existing structures there, the overall concept of the parcel, and for compatibility with the historic resources. And I would envision that that will be addressed in the historic preservation covenant that we would have to write. I think we could even address how would we would deal with a remodel or a demolition reconstruction to the main house, and what we would do with the main resource there. But you see, that was the thing that we're very concerned about, is that it's been changed so much that we weren't prepared to designate the main house, because we're concerned about the expense that would be involved to remove all the elements of the main house that are non-historic. And that's why we are not proposing designation of that. But any additions that might be made to that or the other structures we can look at for consistency and compatibility with the overall ranch compound there. I think for the time being those are my comments in response to your questions. I know Richard has some ideas that he's been thinking about and would like to present to you.
I'm Richard McIntyre. In reference to Jack's question about the additions that have been put on over the years, and where do we stop, and what's still considered historic and stuff, as I did the historic research on the ranch and the cabins in the main house, it became very clear that these additions on the main house and the north cabin, which we were trying to register, were actually made in 1914. So, other than a back porch and a back porch on both houses, deck, an exterior deck. But it's a good question. Where do you stop? You know, where do you start? What's historic and what's not? But But most of those additions to the size, actual size of the house, were done in 1914. Both houses were made in identical. Both cabins were built in identical form of basically a T, distinct sizes. And then this wealthy lady from Philadelphia came and gussied them up, put the Victorian front porch on, and she spent much time in Spain. She put a very decorative arch, ornate thing on the other house, so, which was always the question with Susanna Reed. I don't think this is historic. Well, until we found out more about this lady and what she had done, now it's historic in its own right, due to the alteration in 1914. This allocation of the square footage that we're requesting, and to your question again, there was, I had Susanna Reed over the years come and look at this cabin, and with the objection of registering it historic. And I said, well, would it be possible to ever put an addition on this cabin? Susanna is very tough. I was able to take a window, an old window, and if I built a breezeway some 30 feet from the existing log cabin, I could put a basically separate addition onto this log cabin. Same elevation roof lines. The addition wouldn't be seen from the highway. So she was very detailed on exactly how an addition could be put on this old log cabin. I know where the square footage, where I'd like to see it go, and I would say at this meeting where I'd like to see it go is the wood log, the north log cabin is actually 1,320 square feet. I don't know where we got the 1,407.
It's assessor.
So we at some point would like to see 1,000 square feet added to the cabin, as Susanna Reed has suggested that would be the only appropriate way to do it. Because our grandchildren don't have enough room as they grow up to run around my house anymore. The other 1,500 square feet, my youngest daughter, who built the south cabin, or I built the south cabin, and who wants to live in the south cabin, which is 2,400 square feet. She has one grandson and one of my grandsons and another one on the way. She needs a little more room. That's for the main house. No more extra square footage needs to be added to it. It would never increase. I think it's 3,000 and what does it say? Some odd square feet.
So 3,036 according to assessor.
I would restrict I could restrict the 2,500 square feet to go in the south cabin and the north cabin. And thus there would be no 1,500 square feet or 3,000 square feet on an already existing 3,000 foot house. I'd be more than willing to do that. We're really, there's no country western song that says, "Mama, don't let your sons grow up to be cowboys," but the song doesn't say anything about daughters growing up to marry cowboys. And that's what happened in my situation. And in 1998, after about 40 years of dairy farming and ranching, my body started breaking down, and as a result, I needed 2 new knees, 2 new hips, and the rotator cuff. And that's why we originally applied for the special use. I told my wife, we better find, if we're going to keep this ranch, we better find another source of income and how we're going to run this ranch. Well, we leased the ranch to the neighbor for 10 plus years, did the bed and breakfast and the conference center, which, by the way, does mostly nonprofit stuff. But that was good for then. Now, here it is, 12, 13 years later. My daughters married cowboys. They run the Crystal River grass-fed meat business. If you're going to play rancher, you have to live on the ranch. You can't, you're supposed to be working 14 and 16-hour days and checking calves at night and irrigating before the sun up and past sundown. And it's just really going to be essential to operate this ranch for the next generation, to have that my son-in-laws and my daughters living on the ranch. I'm been demoted to basically pointing and yelling at my son-in-laws, and I have 2 grandsons, and I hope to pass it down. It's always been my hope and my goal with this place is to continue to operate it as a ranch, and it's really the Aspen Valley Land Trust goal is to not only preserve the property, but preserve it with a ranching family that passes it down from generation to generation. I don't really have, other than the deed restriction that you mentioned, Jack, the whole ranch can only be sold as one lump ranch if it was ever sold. There is no breaking off of any parts of it, which basically after being there for 38 years, I'm really glad that I had the first conservation easement on the western slope, because there were many times when I wanted to chunk off a 35-acre parcel to get through the next year, and that never happened, and deed restrictions are good, conservation easements are a good thing, so that's really all I have to say, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard.
Yep.
Do we have any questions? George?
So, do the 2 sisters marry the 2 brothers?
No. Did I say that?
It wasn't 7 bride for 7 bride.
It's somewhat incestual ranch, but I don't think it's gone to that.
Oh, Rob?
Yeah, Richard, I think you mentioned that the ABLT has a use restriction on the dwellings?
Not use restrictions. The restrictions from the Aspen Valley Land Trust are lengthy, but they don't really pertain to the uses of the houses. Martha Cochran has stated, I think Suzanne talked to her, that that's allowable, 3 residences, and not unusual by any means on a ranch. Ranches take a couple of hired hands and a manager to run these days, and if you run enough cattle to make $1. So there are a lot of restrictions on the ranch, but most of them are about development. No more new buildings, for example. You can restore old buildings. You can add on to old barns and buildings. So yeah, that's another. I think it's actually in the book, isn't it? Conservation unit. Okay.
Rachel?
Yeah. Sometimes as we ask questions, we don't first acknowledge the contribution you've made to the rural character and historic preservation by that conservation easement, and I wanted to make sure, I'm sure on behalf of all the board, thanks for having done that and had the foresight to do that. And as much as I'm asking questions, in my analysis of what incentives could be there for a historic designation, the addition of a new primary residence is one of those. And those primary residences could have 5750. And so on the one hand, I was kind of wrestling with, well, what if this was a blank slate and it was just the main house and the historic cabin, 2 already permitted, residences, and they were asking for a third. That one primary residence could be 5750. And so what I see is they have 2, again, already permitted existing residences, and they're asking to convert a guest cabin to a new primary residence, and the request for 2,500 square feet is far less than 5750. And so I see this as being a reasonable proposal and a fair proposal, So I'm wanting to support it. As I said before, I just want to find the language that will assure me that the relationship of the compound, the parcel, like you use the office parcel or the headquarters parcel, that even the elements that are not historically designated will be considered in the, that the historic designation that exists on the parcel will be considered with any redevelopment plan or any site plan, so that they're copacetic.
Could I address that?
Sure.
The two other buildings that Susanna Reed would like to put on the inventory and eventually register. One is a log garage. The other one is a 1940s milk barn that wants to fall down real bad, but they tell me it won't. Those, I would be, that I don't have to alter much. She wants to register those two buildings as they are. I'm all over it. And I've already done the research about the ranch and the compound, so I don't think I'd have to spend that much more time. The main house, I would like to work with Susanna Reed and what I'd like to do is take the historic part of the house. There have been some additions on after 1914, minor square footage. What I would like to do is to work with Susanna Reed and say if there is ever any change to this house, it cannot be to the historic core of this house, which I think somebody wanted to hear. And I think that would be great if Susanna Reed could say, listen, if anybody's ever going to alter this house in the future, there's this log T-shaped part of it with a fancy ornate front porch that was put on in 1914, all being historical. This maybe can't be altered. And I don't know if I can work with Susanna to make that exception or exemption or not, but I'd be willing to.
Well, that does sound like a deed restriction that you as an owner could put on your property that would be separate from a restriction that we would, although it could accrue to the county or something like that. I mean, I don't know that it's within our code to word it quite like that, because you're asking on the one hand that it not be in the register, but that it have kind of a restriction. So maybe there's a layering.
I think we can include that in the covenant, because we've done the covenant on registered properties, and then another property we dealt with, Snowmass Cabins. I don't know if you remember, but on that case they have a historic register residence, and then the cabins, which we just talked about putting on the inventory. So actually Susanna and I have just recently worked on crafting the covenant to address both of those things, inventory as well as register. And I think it works. I mean, I think we could include something like that as still just acknowledging that it's on our inventory, but that because of that, then there's this commitment. But that, I think, would be the place to memorialize it.
I'd be in favor of that.
George? Can you tell me a little bit about the reception hall and meeting facility, the size and where that's located, and the use of it, and how that all sort of fits into this whole ranch?
Yeah.
You missed all that.
Well, you missed part of it. Anyhow, that was a contentious deal in 1998. When some of my neighbors were not happy about what they considered this conference center or reception hall. And so we had to show for several years that our intentions were good. We were heavily restricted in what we could do in the conference centers. As far as the number of events, the times they could operate, shuttling people to and from, if there was alcohol used, no music after 7 p.m. We kind of broke some new ground here, so the commissioners really put a lot of restrictions on this. But as it turned out, it has worked out well for everybody. I think we've had more people say nice things about us and we don't think we've had any letters to them in years. It really operates about 75% of its time as a facility for nonprofits looking for meeting space. We are basically down to having somewhere between 4 and 7 weddings a year. It's located next to the cabin.
Next to what cabin? South cabin.
There he goes. He's got the roof of the barn right there. It was an historic barn. It was converted into an embryo transplant center years ago when we were in high-tech cattle.
Okay, it's the barn.
It's the big barn.
It's the barn. That's what it is.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, I thought it was
It has
a
the
red.
garden cement.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
But yeah, there are very specific limitations on how many events per year, how many events with how many people. You know, 10 events of up to 150 people, 10 of up to 100. So with a lot of limitations on it. That's all part of that.
We genuinely wish that it went back to its historic nature and we never did a wedding again for the rest of our lives. We have a hard time explaining to people that this is your special day and it's not our special day. I don't think we're really fit to have the right mindset hosting wedding events.
So I always thought that was a working barn. I didn't realize
it was for me.
So where's your working barn then?
Well, working barn meaning.
I mean, do you have for your equipment, for your hay?
We have outdoor sheds on the ranch and stuff to park equipment under. But we have outdoor cattle chutes and stuff like that, and cattle pens. Cows don't go in barns.
So no hay storage, or you're not using the
hay storage is all outside now. Nothing has a roof on it anymore. Everybody makes round bales that shell off snow themselves, kind of.
So let me ask, what's the recommendation of staff do we have just this hearing, or do we continue this hearing and refine the resolution given the comments by the commissioners? What are we going to do?
I mean, I think we can revise the conditions here. I mean, I don't know that unless you wanted to see it come back.
How do the commissioners feel about that?
I'm comfortable with that, with the revisions that we've talked about, and if we can tighten that up, and with some of your suggestions as well in terms of protecting the integrity of the compound and those in the homes.
Jack, are you comfortable with that, doing it now?
Yeah, I'm convinced with the presentation concerning the family group and what it takes to run a ranch, and our desire clearly in this county to retain rural and ag character, and so it seems appropriate to get past my problem with 3 primaries. So that to me was the biggest thing. If the applicant wants to approximate some square footages to certain buildings, and with the things that we've heard here about preserving character of buildings, and if things occur down the line, you still are going to retain that ranching heritage, as it were, in the historic nature. I'm good. So we can do that here, direct staff to do it, come back, whatever.
I've been taking notes. I can maybe move this along just by summarizing what we've heard, and then I think Suzanne can revise the resolution for review by the chairperson of the board. We're anxious to move this along today, but what I've heard is Richard's agreed to the additional square footage has been proposed. 2,500 square feet would be located in the north cabin, historic structure, in compliance with the direction of Susanna Reed, and also that they've gotten the handbook, and that it would be reviewed by the staff and by Susanna before any improvements were made.
Was that the 1,000 square feet?
Yes, yes. And the same would go for a 1,500 square foot addition to the south cabin, and although that's not historic, it would be reviewed for its consistency and compatibility with the other structures in the headquarters parcel. And so that should be reflected in this resolution approval, and then it would be memorialized in the historic covenant for the north cabin, and which will also address the headquarters parcel in general. That if there is renovation of the main house, there will be a clause in the historic covenant that will make every effort to preserve the core of the main house so it's distinguished from the rest of the main house and consistent, compatible with the other buildings in the headquarters parcel. And then we would have an overall statement in that covenant talking about how you need to look at the headquarters parcel in its entirety when we're making any improvements at all to any building, so that we don't compromise the historic nature of the structures in that parcel. But that's what I got. Suzanne, did you come up with any others?
No, I think you've got it.
Yeah. Was there something, and I think I understood it was from Susanna, that the other elements in the historic
north cabin
inventory?
No, the other structures.
No, yeah, what do we call the main?
Oh, the main house.
Yeah, no, anyway, the other buildings were going to be put on the inventory.
Right.
The garage.
I just drew a blank on what we're calling.
I think we've agreed that the north cabin, the log barn, and the milk barn.
The headquarters parcel, not the ones we're talking now, but there are other structures. Rachel alluded to that.
Right, sort of that's this idea of that.
But was that going to be on the inventory? That's the question.
Yes. So I guess a couple of things. The log barn, the milk barn, and the north cabin would go on the register. Main house inventory. And that the covenant will address all of those things.
Clarification, registry, not inventory.
Right, registry. And that the covenant will just assure that any redevelopment or additional development within that headquarters parcel, which is where any development is limited to, there would be a review pursuant to the handbook to ensure that it's compatible with the historic resources.
And Richard articulated that the main core of the historic structure would, Glenn said would, the intent would be to keep it, but Richard said it would be kept. So we've got to get the right language there if that's what was represented. Best possible doesn't work. Yes, we do retain the core as a historic element.
I'm prepared to do that.
Yeah, I think that's what you said.
Yeah, in regards to that, I would just somehow have a definition of what the historical value is of that main house that's not going to be touched or maintained, because you don't want a discrepancy down the road of what's historical and what's not.
Well, that's what I think before we complete the covenant.
Yeah.
That would, I think the covenant, we would want to specifically identify
what is the historical portion in the middle of the main house.
Right. Yeah. Right, to identify what are the later additions.
And the other thing, for the protection of the applicant, I would be happy to say that those square footages added to the north cabin and the south cabin could vary by 15% or something. I mean, if you want 1,050 feet on one instead of 1,000 feet, it gives you a little leeway when you do your design to say, 15% on 1,500 square feet is what, 75?
I would appreciate that.
It's 175 square feet. So that
because you don't know how it's going to fit. You don't know how it's going to fit into the old house,
and it's not proportionately.
Right.
Is that okay with the other commissioners? That sounds good.
And so this additional square footage, I understand working with Susanna, you'd have a connector breezeway, quote unquote, and that doesn't have to be called that or whatever, but that addition would be separate, but not in a certain view plane, and that's how that could occur.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Well, I'm okay with Rob's flexibility.
With the variance in the percentages.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about adding square footage to the larger structures, not so much, as long as it's consistent with
I would say no more square footage on the large structure if we want. We can do that.
Rachel?
Yeah, I agree with Rob's suggestion. I agree with where this is going. I think, like all of our resolutions, all material representations in the meeting will hold to go with the approval. And to the last point Jack was making, and you were, Glenn, I think it's something, language is somewhere along the historic core of the main house may not be demolished should there be a renovation of the house. I don't, I think we want to get the words "not be demolished" very, very clearly. They will need to be incorporated in any new structure that replaces the current main house.
And may I clarify, Michael? And that, as Richard just said and represented, even if that remodel occurs, et cetera, it wouldn't exceed the 3,036 or whatever the actual is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right on.
So is it time for a motion?
This is a public hearing.
Oh, it is a public hearing? Thank you. You're welcome. Are there members of the public here who wish to comment on this? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And we'll continue. I'll ask if anybody wants to make a motion to approve a resolution. And I'm not exactly sure how to even title it because there's some substantial changes here. But
I'll give it a shot. Or, yeah, Andreas. I would like to move to approve the Flying Dog Ranch West Incorporated designation to Historic Register and Historic Incentives, GMQS exemption for change in use, special review amendments, and with the amendments and stipulations and discussion as have occurred at the table today.
I'll second that, or George can.
Okay. And do you want the chair to review that, or do we just want to go ahead?
I'd like the chair to review it because it's not so technical, but there's a whole group of things that we want to be consistent with when it comes out of the wash, as it were.
Okay. So the chair will review that document that's produced by Community Development. Any further discussion? There's a second?
From George. I have a second from George.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, just a comment. This packet was a lot of fun to read. There's a lot of great history in it. Fabulous history behind that ranch. And
I had fun.
I hope your children, your son-in-laws, cowboys may they be, and your grandchildren have as much fun as the history that's behind that piece of property. That's really
May they all grow up to be cowboys.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Well, we haven't voted yet.
Don't ask me to take back that thanks.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now thank you. The grandfather of this lady, who they called Lady Bountiful of Darkendale, he invented the Merrimack in the Civil War for submarine.
Yeah, that's the southern ironclad.
Yep, and he that was
submarine. It's not good Charleston.
The Merrimack and what was the other one?
No, Merrimack and Monitor weren't submarines. Now he's talking about the first submarine in the Civil War. Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
Anyhow, that was her claim to fame.
Did he live? Was he?
He's in Philadelphia. And anyhow, it's a strange story, but she came out west and started up in Leadville and worked her way down to Crescent Butte. And everybody thought she was traveling with her young nephew. Well, she ended up marrying her nephew, but nobody knew that. And they lived together for many years until she died. He got everything, and everybody went,
That was the whole story of all the family that didn't come see her when she was ill.
Yeah, exactly.
That was an interesting story. And they lost the $4 billion worth of inheritance.
Exactly.
So, because they had money. Visit her on she changed her will.
Yeah. No, it was fun doing it. After living there for 38 years, it was really fun to, and I talked to the old Arbonese, some of them are still, around, and pretty fun. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
So the open discussion, John or John, do we have anything?
Yep, we got a few items for you. First, we had discussed getting all the board members' signatures on the letter to SG Interest and their proposal to unitize. We have a draft to hand around to you, get your signatures. All got you collected.
And the letter isn't actually
It's
to
not the
SG.
S&G, it's to...
I apologize, it's
Yeah.
to the BLM. And, yeah, and the Forest Service, I apologize. It's regarding SG's request to unitize.
And it's not a draft, it must be a final letter.
This is a final letter unless you don't sign it, then it's still a draft.
This reflects the one that we saw
Yes,
yesterday.
with a couple of minor changes just to... And if anybody wants a copy of it to look at or to keep, I've got copies for you.
Let's copy the whole, it's probably in a PDF file, so you can send that off to the senators, representatives, our senators.
It's going to go out as a hard copy to everybody on the CC list. And signature lines, on the second to last page of the CC list is on the last. And I've got the two names that you gave me.
Yeah, but they also sent to Matt Sugar and to Noah Gripper.
Just
Oh,
leave these
yeah,
two.
yeah, that'll be electronic.
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
I guess the other thing we should revisit is we did have a member of the public, Dan Kitchens, came in to visit with us regarding fireworks, and we had indicated we'd follow up during open discussion to see if there's any further guidance for staff at this time to look into the issue.
You know, my thought on it was just simply that we should perhaps ask our staff, have we had any wildlife concerns, and hear from the DOW. I'm, I suppose, less inclined to be concerned about a permitting of a fireworks occasionally on a special event such as New Year's Eve, but you know, I don't know the track record. Has it been something where we get 4 different requests during the winter for just a random Tuesday night? And you know, in the city, outside it's a different policy, but one of the things that when people came in for private fireworks displays for a city permit, they made some sort of noticing requirement for the public for people to take care of their dogs or give their dogs tranquilizers, or, you know, there's also like, you know, your kids want to watch them and they don't even know there's going to be these fireworks and someone's setting it off, you know, so there were some slightly different requirements there. So I could see having it kind of looked at internally by staff and seeing if there's issues they would like to bring forward to us.
Jack? I certainly would like the DOW's or Division of Parks and Wildlife's feedback on the sounds and the impacts. I'm totally familiar with what this does to domesticated animals. I can only infer what it might do otherwise, so let's just check in. I had never realized that there could be pollutants relative to both dyes and powder, and I really hadn't thought much in depth about this issue. And then I guess the last comment is, well, how many fireworks do we need in one night? The city is a separate jurisdiction, and we sure appreciate what occurs on the mountain. Of course, right next door from the big house, there was the other set of fireworks, and of course, a few X number of minutes later was a significant fireworks, which is what mainly brought Dan Kitchen in here. And then the question I have is, John, is it typical that our manager, what the city does is different, but why does our manager sign off on a special use permit like that?
Yeah, I asked that question the first time I got one, Jack, and really the purpose of the manager's signature is more informational, to be sure that we know that there's going to be a display, to make sure that Joey's office knows that there's going to be a display. Now, we do have an ordinance where the noise ordinance, and we're looking into how that does, or at least should, interact with these fireworks permits, where our environmental health director, Carla Osterberg, is responsible for administering that. And so we are, Dan Kitchen had called around, and as we started digging a little bit, we did find that we do have this noise ordinance, and we probably do need to look at how are we integrating our environmental health department into this permitting process for enforcement of that noise ordinance. So that's a piece that actually his inquiries have led us to start to dig a little bit deeper. So we can come back to you with that. That may mean we want to look at either revising that or working with the fire district to revise that permit process. But my signature, the history I understand, is just to make sure that we're in the loop.
I had some time and I looked up green fireworks, and there's an article I came across, and it turns out that potassium perchlorate is an element of fireworks, and perchlorate is, and this is a quote, perchlorate is a particular concern as a source of water pollution, and firework displays that are set off over lakes or rivers are coming under scrutiny. For example, the Massachusetts Department of Environmental Protection recently detected perchlorate in 11 state drinking water supplies, including 3 public water supply wells, and they concluded that nearby fireworks displays appeared to be the source of contamination. So, and there's alternatives to it. Now, there are the containers that fireworks are in, and these things, and the propellant used to launch the fireworks. You can use compressed air. So there's lots of alternatives, and I think we should have a review of that, a thorough review by staff, and then come back to us.
Okay.
Yeah, Mayor George, I think it's particularly interesting with, our position, our values, and historically, of course, that we just kind of aren't linked to those impacts that might occur on North Star, for example, et cetera. So thanks, Michael, for looking that up. Just a little further education.
Yeah, I forwarded it to John, so he can forward that article to you guys.
Great, thank you.
Anything else?
I think George. Oh, okay. Couple quick items. The EOTC meeting, the subcommittee meeting, seems to be continuing to evolve in terms of dates. As the appointees have been appointed from Aspen and Snowmass, there have been some requests for date changes, and so what they're looking at now for the subcommittee is February 9th for the first meeting and March 1st for the second meeting.
What dates are those of the week?
Let me check.
The 9th is a Thursday, the 1st is a Thursday. And I am unavailable for either of those days. So I'm kind of thinking maybe I'm not the best.
That came up around the free bus service and funding of the free bus service through the EOTC.
Probably tackling the long-term projection of continues on this.
Tackling the long-term projections, as well as are there alternative funding mechanisms. I suspect, quite frankly, that the discussion is going to expand. because we have our pedestrian underpass project, which is getting through the design phase and engineering phase, and we're trying to accelerate some grant opportunities that will require matching funds. There was a discussion a while back with the EOTC about increasing funding for special events, the X Games. That hasn't been decided, but all of these now are becoming demands on this, what is becoming, not necessarily shrinking, but not as quickly growing pot of money as we had originally projected, that we're going to have to balance out. So I think this discussion in the subcommittee will, I got to believe it's going to probably expand a little bit to try and sort out how are we going to, what kind of recommendations are we going to make to fund these various projects.
I'm happy to throw my hat in the ring for either of those two dates or both of those dates. I will put the covenant out there that I'm inexperienced with the OTC, having been out of town for the first two meetings that have taken, or the last two meetings that have taken place. I do know, the history of the funding and that sort of stuff, but I'm probably not the most versed person, but I'm certainly happy to attend and participate.
I think that would be, I think that's something that, the board probably needs to select two folks to, and we.
So it sounds like there's also Georgia involved.
Yeah, we had selected George at one point, but
George,
is everyone ducking right now?
No, George and Ron.
Okay.
Anxious and maybe not interested yet.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the most important role that Pickens County can play in this is to make sure that the other potential funding needs are really discussed.
Yeah.
Because this is our only capital fund, and and that's what we need to bring to the table is that those things aren't going to go away or get funded by themselves. The other thing we've talked about repeatedly, although there may be other priorities, is should we put in extra money from EOTC to get flush toilets at Brush Creek, or what are some of the other enhancements that we need throughout the fund was approved for many purposes originally.
Okay. Well, I'll respond to that then. Last thing, we do have a location for a retreat. It will be at the Aspen Square.
Oh, good.
In their conference room?
Yeah, it has a nice set of windows going into the courtyard.
Good windows.
Yeah, we went and checked them all out.
Other than that, they're fine.
Yeah, no, it'd be perfect.
You can look onto the swimming pool, you can bring your swimsuit.
Well,
Yeah, they have a gym on there.
yeah.
That's all I had for discussion.
Okay.
One question relative to the appointment that we just directed. John, are you aware, will there be any preparation information? Because I think that history, the initial ballot question from 1993 for the half penny needs to be distributed, because that is a foundational piece that the public, by only a few votes, passed, and it's important that that is at least certainly recognized and understood about what the original intent of this money was and it was supposed to be for. That, excuse me for being inarticulate, and in fact it was very clear that there were capital projects and it wasn't all to go to operations, which I believe 89% of it does, or 81% goes now.
And so, and the answer to your question is yes, and probably at two levels. Staffs from each of the entities are going to be meeting ahead of time to put together, what information and how do we put the packets together. So I'll certainly bring these comments to the table. In addition to that, I think internally we'll try and get our representatives together with Tom Oken and myself to kind of run through some histories and scenarios and the funding scheme as it exists today, so that we can go unprepared, both with some history there and possibly some alternatives to put on the table.
And I would just add to Jack's history, the history of the no-fare shuttle, how that came about, and
Yeah.
Because I think it's an important part that people realize, and it didn't just sort of appear out of nowhere, and there was some discussion about it, and limitations, and et cetera.
Okay.
Very good.
Any further open discussion?
Not from me.
Is there a motion to adjourn?
Oh, well, he was just saying not from him. Did anybody else on the board have open discussion?
Well, I asked. Is there
We
any
all have
open-
just still
Okay,
John
let's
finishing
start
up.
over. Is there any open discussion? Does anyone have any question?
Were we not going to talk about the BLM letter, or was that?
We just signed it.
Oh, no, that's the other BLM letter.
Yeah, we
Not
weren't
the resource
prepared.
management.
Yeah, it's hard to keep all
That's what I thought. I was going to be like, all right, we're going to be here till 6 at this point.
Yeah, no, we're
Staff said
not
they
prepared
couldn't
with
get that,
the
so-
revisions that we talked about yesterday. Yeah.
Any other open discussion? None. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
I would like to say you've done a great job on your first discussion on the motion, your first meeting, Michael, so good job, off to a good start.
So are we in favor of adjourning? Yes?
Aye.
Aye. Yes? Okay. Adjourn. Thank you, Rita.